Let's go. Okay. I'm not scared, not at all. I'm not running. No, I'm not afraid to fall. All right. I think it better be good, bro. It better be good. Let's just go live on TikTok too. Let's see how it goes. I'm a programmer of day just vibing. No, it's not that. Data structures, data structures, and algorithms. Algorithms. Let's have something like that. Okay, for some reason, I'm just gonna say auto generate from the live video. This should be fine. Audience control, no local compliance checkup. Okay, no problem. Do what you gotta do, my boy. Do what you gotta do. It is a painful day. All right, so we are Gucci on YouTube. We are probably Gucci on TikTok too. So let's fucking go, bro. Excuse my French. Excuse my French and all the niggas hoes. Excuse my French and all the niggas bitches. All right, so we're gonna be doing lead code. So let me just go to needcode.io real quick. We do some data structures and algorithms. So IO. Oh shit. What the hell? What the hell, Yante? What the hell, on? Okay, so we're probably on a good note. Okay, like this. Good. All right, boys. So we are now doing lead code. Let's just go here. Roadmap. I think the roadmap will make more sense. And we can go for like, I think stack. We haven't finished stack yet, right? All right, let me make sure everything works properly before let me see. It works properly before all right, everything kind of works properly, I guess. So we have stacks and arrays in place. We finished contains duplicate, valid anagram, two sum. All these ones are easy problems, right? Easy, three easy problems, and how many medium problems? One, two, three, four, five, six. Six medium problems. Okay, so we have valid parentheses here. We have main stack. Okay, valid parentheses is the only one that is easy problem. The rest are all medium, and we have one hard. We haven't tried any hard problems so far, so let's see how it goes, my boys. All right, see how it goes, bro. Oh my God, I'm not scared, not at all. I'm not running. No, I'm not afraid to fall. All right, first. What am I even singing? Okay, so everything looks good, boys. We are Gucci. So, let's have a look at min stack here because we want to just do some revision, right? So let's click on min stack, see how we can go ahead and solve it. So as you can see, we have min stack here. I probably solved this problem, but I kind of forgot it. So I just want to try it again and see how it goes. So I think the first thing we have to do here is it says design a stack class that's supposed to push, pop, top, and get minimum operations. Now we have min stack here, which initializes the stack object as usual. And then we have void push. This one pushes the element to the stack. This value is the actual element that we're pushing to the stack. And we have pop, which removes the element on top of the stack. And we have int top, which gets the top element of the stack. And this one retrieves the minimum element from the stack. And every function here should run in all of one time, which is, yeah, it means we need to be in O of one time complexity, right? That means we don't need more time and space, right? If you look at time, we need time to be constant, right? We need it to be in O of one as well as space complexity as well. So this is going to be kind of hard for us to achieve, but let's see how we are going to do it. Okay, let's go to a Scala draw. so that we can try to explain how to achieve that. So now this problem here means that we have two things that we need to take care of, right? The first thing is that this is how this stack is going to look like, right? Let's assume we have the first stack here and we have the second stack, right? Now, why do I even have them like this? Let me remove this and just draw it manually, right? So, God, I'm so trash in drawing. What the hell is this? Okay, so we're gonna have two things like this, right? Hey, boys, my boys on YouTube, what's good, bro? How y'all doing, bro? Let me hope you guys are cool, man. All right, so let's go to this problem. As you can see, we have designed a min stack. So that means we need two stacks in order to keep track of these elements, right? Since we have a minimum stack and the main stack itself. So I'm going to go to the text here and I'm going to write main stack. And then we're going to have, boom, here's going to be the minimum stack, right? Minimum stack. Now, what's a stack, right? Stack operates in, like, let's say, for example, you have plates, right? This, you have plate A and then you have plate B, right? When you wash your plates, obviously, you don't just put your plates anywhere, right? You stack them together sometimes. Let's say you just have a basin like this. You have your first plate here. This is plate A, whatever. I'm just going to call this plate A, and then this is going to be plate B. So now, if you have another plate C, right, that you finish washing here, you want to add it to the stack, you just add it on top, right? You don't just remove everything and then put it down here. You don't put plate C here. You'll never see plate C this side. So that's the entire concept of stack. Stack operates in like some concept called last in, first out, right? Something called LIFO, which is last in, first out. So the last element that you add to the stack is the first element that you pull from the stack. So you're gonna have something like this. Here, the main stack will have, let's say, for example, number 1, right? And another number you add like 2, right? Now this number is less than 2, isn't it? So now let's go ahead and add something like 4 here to this stack. And then let's add, I think the last number can just be like 3. Oh God, I'm so trashy. Okay, so we have like 3, we have 1, 2, 4, 3, right? So 1 is less than 2, and 2 is less than 4, and 3 is less than 4, obviously, which means 4 is greater than 3. Hello, my dude. Yo, what's good, Rescue? How you guys doing, man? The YouTube brothers, how y'all doing? Okay, so we have this concept here like this. So if you look at the minimum stack here and the main stack, they are not they are not working hand in hand, right? So if we want to keep track of the minimum numbers, we have to add the minimum numbers as well to the minimum stack, right? So now we are going to do this. Oh my God, bro. Okay, let's go ahead and delete this. Was this the eraser? Okay, let me now delete these numbers. And let's add the first number, which is 1. So currently the stack is empty. If we add this 1 to the main stack, that means the minimum stack as well, we need to add 1. And then if we add 2 to the main stack, we need to check the minimum stack. Hey, do we have a number that is less than 1? If that's true, then add it, right? If it's false, then don't add it. As you can see, 2 is not less than 1, obviously, so we don't have to add 2. Now, the next thing we do is, like, let's say we have 3. We check the minimum stack as well. Do we have any number here that is the number that we're trying to add, which is 3? Is it greater than or less than 1? If it's greater than 1, then we ignore it. We don't add it to the main stack. And then now we have, let's say, 0, right? And if you look, 0 is less than 1, obviously. So we go ahead and add it to the minimum stack. And that's the main concept of main and minimum stack. And that's the thing that we're going to try to solve for here. So now the first thing we're going to do is that we need to instantiate something called a stack, which is going to be an array DQ, right? So we're going to have an array DQ concept here. And we're going to say it's numbers, right? Obviously, it's to be taking numbers. So we're going to say integers. And we're going to say this is our main stack. Then we instantiate our main stack. Then we'll go ahead and grab this. So this is going to be our minimum stack now, right? As you can see, these are these two numbers that we are creating here. I mean, the two stacks. We have the main stack and the minimum stack. So if we go ahead now and get inside the class here, as you can see, design a stack class that supports this. So that means we have to design within this class. So now let's grab this entire main stack here and add it to this class and say this is the main stack is equals to new array DQ, right? This is going to be our new array DQ. And we are just going to close the initialization like this. So we repeat the same thing for the minimum stack, and this is going to be our second stack, which is the minimum stack. Now, to make it easy for you guys, right, the main stack here just keeps smaller numbers. Now, this main stack keeps the like all the numbers, right? Now, let's assume like this. Let me try to make it easier because I think this is a little bit confusing for some people. I'm just gonna select everything here, and I'm gonna make it easier for you in a sec. Okay. Now, let's assume we have an array of numbers, right? That's the reason why we have here something called array dequeue, because at the end of the day, stack is an array dequeue, right? That means you're removing things. It's like a queue, but it's the opposite of a queue, right? That's the reason why it's called an array dequeue. So we have numbers like, let's say, I think one shouldn't be here. Let's start with like 10, and we have 12, then we have 6, and then we have 4, then we have 1, something like that, right? So now all the arrays here, they move with indices. So this is index 1, this is, I mean, index 0, because arrays are zero-based index of zero-based indices, and 0 1 here, then 6 is going to be 2, and 4 is going to be 3, and this is going to be 4, obviously. So that means there are 5 numbers. Since we're starting with 0, that means there are 5 numbers within here, and the last one is 4, right? Now this is an array, right? This is an array. This is an array of numbers. Just give me a sec, boys. Okay. So this array of numbers, if we want to convert this into a stack, or we want to add this array of numbers or integers, right, into our stack, we're going to have this like this. We look at the first number in the index of 0, right? We add it to the stack. That's going to be 10. That's the main stack here. And then this is the minimum stack, right? Then minimum stack, we're going to keep it as well here. So we're going to say 10, and we check the minimum stack is empty as well. We add 10 there because it's empty. For now, we have 10 10. So currently 10 is the minimum number and it's the main one in the main stack, right? Then we look at 12. Say here's 12. Is 12 less than 10? No, we don't add it to the minimum stack, but we add it to the main stack. Then we look at 6 here as well. We just add 6. And we look at the main stack. Okay, cool. Is 6 greater than, oh, I mean, is 6 less than 10? Oh, yeah, that's true. So we add it to the minimum stack. And we have 6 6 now. So we go ahead and again loop through this this array, and then add 4 as well to the main stack. We're going to have 4 now, and we check the minimum stack. Hey, do we have a number that is less than 6? Yes, that's 4. Let's go ahead and add it as well. And then we go again and loop through this array and see, okay, we have 1 again. We check this. Yeah, we have 1. That means now the main stack, we have 1 on the main stack here and 1 on the minimum stack. So now our main stack will have these numbers as 10 12 6 4 1, and our minimum stack will be 10 6 4 1. The same thing, but it's maintaining only the minimum numbers, right? I think that should make sense now. All right, so we've instantiated those numbers. So in order to get the minimum number from the minimum stack, right, we have to take care of things like this. Let me go to text, and I look at this. These are the things that we need to use, right? I'm just going to say main operations for the stack, something like that. Okay, the stack is just going to have these operations, right? Something like this. We're going to grab this, and the first operation will be pop, right? That this pop is what we are going to use to remove elements from the stack, right? This one's just removes elements or values. You can say removes values from the stack. God. All right, so this removes values from the stack, and here we have top, right? I mean, this peak here, it just returns okay, returns values at the top of the stack, right? At the top, right? We can just say at the top of the stack, something like that, at the top of the stack. And now this, for example, here we remove the first element. We don't really remove elements from down here. So let's go ahead and say removes values from the top of the stack, right? From the top of the stack. Okay, so that is currently what we need. I think these are the only values we might care about for sure. So we have pop and peak. I think that is all. If I'm not mistaken, these are the things that the values that we might need. What are you guys saying? I was able to do DSA, but I'm getting more interest in while doing projects. What's good, my boys on YouTube, bro? Yo, real Ahmed Bogal was popping, my G. How you doing? How you doing? How's everything, bro? Uh, let's see. Okay, let's go back to this, and now we have to pick the element on top of the minimum stack here to grab the minimum element, right? And let's talk about first time complexity. Before we even go and solve that problem, we have time and space complexity. So time and space complexity, something like that. So this is the funniest part about a stack. A stack, all operations of the stack, right? They are all O of one. They're all O of one operations, right? And what is O of one? That is constant. I think O of one is constant time, if I'm not mistaken. Let me remove this and let me try to draw that graph. Okay, we're going to have a simple graph like this, right? I think it's time against space. Good, time and space, or space and time, whatever. Now, with the first one here, which is just going to be, I think, linear, right? That's O of, I think O of one is constant time, if I'm not mistaken. And we're going to have O of n, which is going to grow with O of n here is going to grow with input size, right? If we have an array here that, let's say this array, what's the size here? The size of this array, n, is going to be 5, if I'm not mistaken, because there are 5 elements here. So if we continue adding, that means if we add like 10 elements, then this n will become 10. And this O of n here, it will grow with the input size of the array, right? And then we have another one, which is here, which is just between O of n and O of 1, which is going to be O of n log n, right? O of n log n. And then we are going to have O of, I think it's going to go up like this. That is O of n squared, right? This one, it is not optimal. Well, when you're solving these DSA problems, if you have anything that is O of n log n, O of 1 is acceptable. Anything that is above O of n squared, you have to optimize it, right? And I think the last one, not the last one, obviously, because there's a lot of them, right? There is O of n exponential, right? Which grows exponentially, right? This is terrible, right? If you have an exponent, it is terrible. My Wi-Fi is not Wi-Fi. What's good? What's going on, my boy? All right, so I think we are done with this O of n and all that stuff, time complexity, whatever. That is big O notation. If you want to understand this in depth, go and study something called big O notation. All right, let's go back here and see. The question is asking us to return this in O of n time complexity. So we're gonna say return the minimum stack, right, is the minimum number. So we're gonna say return the minimum stack, which is min stack here dot pick. We're gonna go ahead and return this element. Another thing is, another operation I forgot to add here was, my bad. Let me go back here. I needed to add this push, right? Because why not? Push is going to, it's a very important operation as well. So we're going to have push, which adds values to the top of the array, right? I mean, to the top of the stack. Okay, so we have pop, pick, and push. Push is just gonna add a value to the stack. Pick is gonna look at the element on top of the stack, but it will not do anything with it. And then pop, it will just remove the top element from the stack. Yeah, keep grinding. Thank you, my G, man. We're going crazy every single day. You know what I'm saying, my boy? Yeah. After DSA, we shall do some projects, some simple projects for the resume. You know what's up. So, all right, man. So we're gonna return here, return minimum stack, which we instantiated within this public class, right? Why is it public? Is because obviously we are going to access it from outside this class, right? So any operation within this class is going to be accessible outside. If we had placed it here as private, we are going to be limited, right? That means all the operations within this main class, I mean, within this minimum stack class should be within that class, right? So you get the point. All right, now the top element, how do we retrieve the top element? We're just going to say return the main stack now. Main stack dot pick. That means we're going to look at the top of the stack. And another thing is, let me see what I said here. Returns the value at the top of the, yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Returns the value at the top of the stack. That's correct. So now this return mean stack dot pick returns, it will return one, right? It will return one. And since here, I think in order for us to say 10, we have to pop an element in order to add it here. I think that's it. So now let's go back to pop. This is our pop operation, right? We need to now have some, um, we need to do some logic, right? If you look at this pop element, I mean pop method, we'll go back here. We go back to our drawing board. Okay, let me reduce this because I think it's so cramped. All right, so we're gonna say in order to have an element pushed to the main to any stack generally, we need to look at first what do we have, right? We're gonna say int. I think we can just say pushed element or the current value or whatsoever thing that we have, right? Or we can just have, I think remove. This is the pop, right? We're just gonna say the removed element is equals to main stack dot pop, right? So this is, we have a variable here. This variable removed is just keeping track of the element that we remove from the minimum, from the main stack. If we have the main stack here and we pop out one, right? If we pop out one from this main stack, we are keeping track of the element that we remove from the minimum, I mean from the main stack with this variable, right? And then we're gonna get an if statement. Within this if statement, we're going to say if the removed value, right? If the removed value or the element that we removed previously is equals to the minimum stack, right, dot peak is equals to the element on top of the minimum stack, then go ahead and just pop this, right? Return minimum stack. We're not gonna say return here because we're not returning anything. As you can see, is public void. If it was public int, that means we had to return an integer, but we are not returning anything. So we're just gonna say minimum stack dot pop, and then we can go ahead and pop that element from the minimum stack. So I think that is this how we're just gonna solve the pop method. And then let's go ahead and solve this push, right? Because now we have to push an element. So let me just try to demonstrate the pop element, I mean the pop method here, and how it looks like. So I'm just gonna have, let's say, the main stack. Let me just draw it properly. So if we add 1 and 2 and 3, right? God, what's going on? Let's say 3 and 2, right? And then here, as you can see, we have also 1 and the element 3 is not, so we're just gonna say it's better for us to store. Let me just store a number like this: 3, 3, 1 and 2, something like that. And then we go to the minimum stack is going to be what here is going to be empty as well. So we're going to say, okay, this is 3. So currently 3 is the minimum number. Then we loop through and see, okay, 1 is the minimum number. But if we look at 2, 2 is greater than 1. So we don't add 2 to the main stack. So the main stack is just going to have 1 and 3. So in order to pop an element from this, we need to pop an element like this. To say stack.pop, which is what we have here. Int removed is equals to the main stack.pop. So that means that's the element that we remove from the main stack. And where is it here? If removed is equals to the minimum stack.peak, if the element that we remove from the main stack is the same as the element that we remove from the minimum stack, then go ahead and remove it as well from the minimum stack. That means it's the same number, right? So that's the entire concept, my brothers. All right, let's go back here and say here we have to first check the main stack. We're gonna say if, let's look at how do we remove, right? This is pushing actually. We are trying to push elements. So we need to check for the emptiness of the main stack, right? Or the minimum stack, whatsoever works. Oh my God. It's too much coding, bro. I know some people are not understanding, bro, and I get it. I apologize, my brothers. You understand? Okay. Now, how do we push elements to this? At the end of the day, we are going to say main stack dot push, regardless whether we want it or not. We have to push some elements to the main stack. So we're going to do that, and then we need to check if the main stack, right? If main stack dot is empty, if main stack is empty, this is empty is a method that is a stack method actually. I forgot to add it here as well. So let me just go and grab this. Let me just grab this entire thing, bring it down a little bit, and we have dot yep empty is empty. So that's also a method we need to take care of is empty. Okay, this just checks whether or not the stack is empty. Okay. I think when we say whether or not, that means we're not sure if it's empty or not, right? But yeah, I think at the end of the day, we don't even know if it's empty or not. So let's just keep it like this. Is empty checks whether or not the stack is empty. Let's just go back here, see what's up. So if the main stack is empty, or the value, right, at the top of the stack, or the value that we are trying to add to the stack is less than or equal to the minimum stack dot peak, then we need to just go ahead and push this element to the main stack, right? Main stack dot push. Okay. Oh, this is going to be the main stack. My bad. We need to check if the main stack is empty, right? Okay. Now let's see if we are going to pass the solution. Okay, we have a problem here. What's going on here? We are saying, oh, we want to push the value. I forgot to add the value to this element as well as here. My bad, bro. It happens. Okay, so now this is the value that we are trying to push. Dot push takes a value, so let's not forget it. I'm gonna go back here and say x adds a value, which is this, right? Adds values or value, right? Let's just keep this in parentheses. Adds a value or values. Okay, that's cool. Let's go ahead and run and see what's going on. Love from India. What's good, bro? Thank you so much, my brother. As you can see, we have passed the solution. Let's go ahead and try to submit and see what's good. Good. Okay. We've passed the stack problem. And that's the thing I love about data structures and algorithms, bro. It just allows you to reason. Like you don't have to goddamn memorize the solution. You just feel it when you pass the solution. I don't know if you get it. And that's great. That's great. I think that's about it for data structures and algorithms. The next thing is going to be going to code out a project, backend project, right? This is DSA for today. I'm not really going to do any DSA going forward now until tomorrow, right? So we can go ahead and just build a project real quick, a backend project. There's something I really wanted to do, right? Which is CI/CD. Now we are going to build something and we're going to take it from development into deployment straight, like from our computer. That means we're going to build a simple project called, I'm just gonna say, to do, let's say to do list or to-do list. I'm just gonna call it to-do list for practice, or I'm just gonna say glorified to-do. I don't know why I like this word, but yeah, let's just call it glorified to-do. And we are going to add it to Git, obviously. We are going to use version 21, YAML, and that is it. So there is something I wanted to show you guys. Let's go to web. Let's just add RESTful. Let's add JPA. What else? Let's add Postgres. What else do we need to add? Let's add validation, because obviously I want you guys to understand validation too. We don't really need security. For now, it's cool. I think that is it. We might need Lombok later. Let's add Docker Compose as well. So now we have one. web, JPA, Postgres. If anything, we shall just add it if we need anything else. Okay. So let the project just instantiate itself. And that's it. What's good, bro? Let me listen to you guys. What are you guys doing? What are you guys building, bro? Okay, we have a Maven project loading. Great, 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 great. Let me hope I'm not covering anything, right? I'm not covering anything. Okay. Yo, love from South Sudan, my brother. I'm from South Sudan, bro. How are you doing in India, my G? Okay, let's see. We're gonna go to our source, src, Java, and we're just gonna build this real quick, right? I'm just gonna build some config. I don't think we're gonna need any config, right? So we're gonna need controllers, and we're just gonna need, I think we can just say to do controller, right? To do controller. I want to practice CI/CD. That's the reason why I'm doing this. But obviously, project-based learning is the best way to learn, right? So let's just go here and grab services. We're gonna need to do service. Okay, and we're gonna need. I think we're gonna keep this as modus dot to do. We're just gonna keep this simple like that, and we're gonna need some entities. I mean, we have entities, so we're gonna need DTOs. DTOs, and we're gonna say to do DTO. All right, that is fine as well. What else do we need? I think we need implementation. That is gonna be the repository with interfaces. So I'm just gonna say repos, and I'm gonna add to do repository or to do repo. And I forgot to change this to interface. My bad. Let's go ahead and change this to interface. Okay, I think that is cool. The next thing we need to add, it could be we have DTOs, services. Yeah, we're gonna need mappers as well. And we're gonna say to do mapper. I don't really think we need mappers. I don't think we need mappers because why do we just have to add mapstruct when we can just do it with our project? But for now, let's just add mappers. Okay. All right. So let me go ahead and remove this. Then we can start with the controller. The first thing, I mean, not the controller, actually, the the entity class. I'm just gonna put this at entity, and we're gonna have a table in our database that is gonna take the name of to-dos. Name is gonna be to-dos. This is the name of the table that will be in our database, right? And we're just gonna need add Lombok data. Did we add Lombok? I did not add Lombok, my bad. Let's go back to pom.xml, and we can just go ahead and add this within the status. Let's add Lombok. Okay, so Lombok is very important, my boys. Don't skip it. Okay, it's downloading. For some reason, I cannot see it because the TikTok chat is closing it. Okay, now I can see. Now I can see. Let me see what's going on with this. We have some security vulnerability. Just ignore that. Ignore it if it's vulnerable. Don't do this in production, my boys. Okay. All right. So we have that. Uh, I'm just gonna add Lombok add data. It is not advisable to use Lombok data, but I'm just gonna use it. You feel me? I'm just gonna use it. I don't have time, boys. We could use no argument constructor, and we're gonna need all arguments constructor as well. So that we are good now. Here we just need to make sure this is an ID, and we need this as a generated value with strategy of generated value type, which is an identity as well. So we're gonna have private long ID, and now we need we need the to-do name, right? We're gonna need private string. We're gonna say this is gonna be the name of the to-do. This is supposed to be like this. Private string. We're gonna need a description as well. And private, I think we can just have the local date time for the created at and updated at as well, right? These are the timestamps when the to-do was created and updated. Just gonna call this updated at. All right, this is for CI/CD, by the way, my boys. This is CI/CD pipeline. I'm trying to build CI/CD pipeline with we are going to also do some EC2 instance. So I'm going to open them here. We're going to have EC2 We're going to have EC2, and yeah, we're going to Dockerize our application. That means we're going to need Docker as well. Let me make sure our Docker is running from using Docker Desktop. There's a lot we're going to be doing, my boys. So you guys gotta pay attention, okay? All right, so we have the name of the to-do. I think we might need an enum, right? Whether or not the to-do is done or still in progress or whatever. I'm just gonna add it here. I'm gonna call this enums dot. I'm just gonna say status. This is the to-do status. And within the status here, we're going to have pending. The to-do is pending, completed, or cancelled. Whether let's just leave it as these two, right? Okay, I think this two is good. The to-do can be pending, and then when it's done, we check it off with we can just check that as done, right? So we are going to come here and say private status, status, right? And then by default, every to-do, we're gonna have status dot pending, right? Where is the status? Oh my God. Let's import this class. Let's import that enum. Then we're going to have status here by default. Every to-do is going to be pending by default. I think that should make sense now. All right. That is good. What else do we need to add to the to-do, my boys? Bro, which IDE do you use? I use IntelliJ IDEA. I think you can read it up there, bro. What? you can you can read it from up there, bro. Okay, fine. Now let's start with the controller. We could start with the controller or the DTOs. As you can see, we have the to-do DTO here. Let's just rename it to something better. We're going to have a request, right? Which is create to-do DTO. And we are going to have response, right? The kind of response that we are going to take back. We could just copy this and paste it twice and then change the name to response, right? Create to-do response DTO. Response DTO, add it to Git. Let's just rename this to request. Create to do request DTO as well. Now, another thing I wanted to teach you guys, I'll show you guys some concept that is very important, right? I love to do this in every project that I build, which is global exception handler. I'm just going to call this exceptions. And within here, we're going to have global exception handler. I know this might be overkill for a to-do application, but it's good practice, exception handler. I like to build this exception handler straight, like when I start coding, so that I don't have to worry about the exceptions later. And I can just have a unified way to throw exceptions, right? I think that should make sense. Now here we are within the DTOs here. I'm just going to have an API error response, right? Could be I was supposed to keep it as DTO, so I'm just going to change this to a record, to a Java record, change it to a Java record, and let's add some parentheses here. And then we are going to start with how do we need our errors to be, right? If I go back here to a Scarlet draw and I show you guys something, this is how I like to throw my errors, right? Let me add this text. We're going to have first the message, right? Like what happened, and then from there, the path of the error, right? Where did the error occur? And then the int, which is the status code of the error. And then what else? I think the last one would be the timestamp, right? The timestamp when the error occurred. Timestamp. This is just how I like to design my error responses, so that they look something like this. Yep, I don't know if you guys use the same format, but that's what I use basically. So I'm just gonna come here and say string message, and I'm going to have as well, what else do we have it as a string? Path is a string as well. So we're gonna have string path, and then this is gonna be int status. Oh, we could just say status code, right? I think that makes sense. Status code. Yeah. Wait a minute. What other name do we have, bro? What project are you doing? I'm trying to like understand CI/CD. Yeah, I'm trying to learn CI/CD. That's why I'm just building a simple to-do application. because I don't want to build like a whole big application. If I can understand CI/CD using this application, it's easier for me to like take it to my other application. I think that makes sense. The last one is going to be local datetime, and we're going to have timestamp, right? I'm going to call this timestamp. Okay, status code. I think we are good to go now. We have status code. Yep. Let me see. So that is our that is how we need our API error response to be in this nature message. For example, let's say let's say the message will be something like this with a string. Error, or I could say maybe invalid, invalid to do name, something like that. Invalid to do name. And then the path, we can have it as like, the path can be /API slash, maybe if you're versioning your API, you can say v1, and we can just have something like to-dos. And this could be maybe at a given to-do, we have an issue with a certain to-do ID. Yep. And then this could be like maybe 400 status code, and then the timestamp could be maybe a 12, whatever the date is, and we can have something like this. I think this is the best format to like throw your errors. That is my way of doing things. All right, so let's go ahead and see what's gonna happen within our exception handler. We need to just come here and mark this as REST controller advised, and then we are going to have this as configuration. Uh, that is what we're gonna need. Wait, do we really need to add it as a configuration? Because this is going to be a config. I really don't think we need it as a configuration. Yeah, we might need it as a configuration. Let's just keep it like that. And here, the first error we're going to need, let's come here and handle first. I think we can handle the generic exceptions first. We're going to have exception handler. Exception handler. We're not going to need this as a configuration. Yeah. Let's keep it like this, and we're gonna have exception dot class, and this is going to be generic exception. Let's just keep this as a generic exception. Let's just say this is a generic exception, and this is for in case there's internal server errors. We're going to keep this as 500 internal server errors, right? Like if there's something wrong with our server, so we're just going to throw a generic exception. We're going to have public response entity. Let's get a response entity. We are going to pick our API response DTO. Let's keep it as DTO. Rename this as DTO. Okay, API response DTO. Let's grab this API response DTO. And here we're just going to say handle generic exceptions. And it's going to be that. And now here's how we're going to throw them, right? We're going to have API response DTO as is equals to, response is equals to new API response DTO. Then we're going to have something like this. And within this exception, we're going to add a servlet, HTTP servlet request. HTTP servlet request, and we're going to call it as request. Oh my goodness, my neck hurts. Okay, here we're going to return new response entity. Within here, this is what we're going to have. We're going to have the actual response itself. Let's open this response, and we are going to have message, right? Now, did we have any message within this response DTO? Yes, we have the message. Thank God. Let's go back here, and we are going to have message here, right? And the message, I think for the message, right, we need to actually build the message itself. So let's just go back here. I don't know why it can go back, something like this. So the message, we're going to have it as string message is equals to get message, right? Which is our exception get message here. So let's just create it. String message is equals to this exception dot get message. Then we can just add it here as our message. And then the next thing is going to be our, according to our API response here, we have message path, and then the status code, right? So let's go back here. Path, the path is going to be from our request dot get request URI. And then we are going to now take our status code from HTTP status. And we are going to get this. It's going to be internal server error dot value. Good. And I think that is it. Then this is just going to be local datetime dot now for the timestamp. Yep, so we are good. Then we can just come back here and say response, and we just grab this HTTP status dot internal server error, and we have our generic exceptions already. This is done. So this is if we have any problem with the server, we are going to throw this generic exception. And the last thing we are, not the last actually, because we need 2 more exceptions to throw. We are going to throw, I think resource conflict. Yep, resource conflict exception. And we are going to throw another exception as well. That is going to be resource not found. Resource not found. I think this should be capital F. Resource not found, right? Yep, resource not found exception. Now we have this, which is going to be 400. Let's look at the status code that we are going to throw. I'm just going to bring this down, and I'm just going to say API status codes. Okay, then let's bring this down and just reduce it like this. Now all the status codes that we shall create will range from 400, and this is going to be, I think this 400 is validation errors. Why is it like this? Why does it look funny like this? Okay, good. We're gonna have 4 like this. This is validation errors. And we are going to have 401, which is going to be unauthorized errors, and 404, this is going to be not found, resource not found error, so we can just say not found errors. Okay, and we are going to have 403 as well. I think this is unauthorized, and this should be admins only errors. And 409, which is going to be resource conflict. So we're just going to say resource conflict or conflict errors. And then finally, we're going to have 500. This is going to be internal server errors. Okay, these are all the errors that we shall need to throw, right? So let's go back now and handle. We have 40 conflict, which is here, and this is done. All right, so let's go back to this global exception handler and just handle the 400 one. We're going to have add exception handler. This is going to be for the resource not found. Oh, we can have for, let's see, what else did we say we wanted to look for? 400 is validation errors, right? So this is going to be method argument exception class, and then we're going to have public response entity, just the same thing that we had here. And for this one, it's funny because we are going to need this hash map, right? This hash map is going to keep track of the errors that we have. And then we're going to have x.get binding result dot get all errors. And then for each error, grab that error. And now we're just going to create, as you can see, this is just one single error. We could go ahead and add something here. Oh, what are you guys saying on YouTube, my boys? What are y'all saying? Okay, here we could actually create this error, and we're going to say field error. Let me say error dot, what should we get from here, right? Because we have for every error here, we just grab that single error, and then we get whatsoever that is inside it. I think that should make sense, right? Or how should we do it? Or we could even just say field error. And then for every field error, we're going to say, I think it's like this, field error. We're going to call it as error dot get, wait, what do we have here? What's going on? Okay, let's have a string, my bad. Let's have a string called message. I think the error message, let's just say error message, something like this, and this equals to this error dot get this default message, right? And then the field where the error occurred, we're just gonna say the field name is equals to just the same as this, and then we just put this, we put all these two errors within the hash map, right? So we're gonna have errors dot put, where is put method? Oh my goodness, put, not error message again, my lord. Errors dot put, not key set, but put all the errors. We're going to start with the field name where the error occurred and then the error message. I think you get the point now, right? Then we just close off that. And finally, we can just have a string message is equals to, we can just have here validation error. Or if the stuff is empty, right? We're going to say if errors dot is empty, if that hash map is empty, then check first for this error, or else use validation errors, and then we just add the key set to it. Dot, I think we can just say errors dot key set. We just grab the key set, and that is that. Then we can just go ahead and now build our API error response DTO as response is equals, now we don't have to actually do it from scratch. We can just copy this entire thing and paste it here to just save time. Paste it here. Then here we just need to change, we need to add this as well to this exception handler. Let me close this off. Okay, then we're going to have HTTP request, servlet request as request. Break this down. Okay, where is our error? Okay, so here we have the message here, and then we get the URI, but the error is no longer internal server error. Now it's validation error. So we're just going to say bad request dot value, and the same applies here, bad request dot value. Okay, that is good practice, my boys, to always have exception handlers. We are done with this 400, and we are not going to take care of this 401 and 403. We're just going to use 404 and 409 and 500 and 400. I think that is it. So we have 500 already, 400. Now we are left with 404. So let's go ahead and say global exception handler. For this one, we're going to pick the resource conflict dot class. I mean resource not found dot class. And then we just say public response entity, almost the same thing as the one down here, right? So that we don't have to write this code a lot. So let's just copy this entire thing and then just paste it here. And now we just need to say handle, not generic exception this time, handle, I think handle resource not found. Resource not found. Okay. That is our resource not found. Another thing I forgot to change here. Okay, handle, that's fine. Resource not found, we are okay. This is resource not found. Then we need to just change this to, I think this should be resource not found, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's supposed to be not found. Yep, not found value. Here should also be not found dot value. So we are good to go with this. Now this is going to be our 500. This is our 400, right? This is our 404, 404, and then this is gonna be 409. So this is gonna be handle resource conflict. Resource conflict. Okay, then the next thing we are going to do, we are going to change these ones, right? This is gonna be our resource not found as our error, and this is gonna be our resource conflict as our resource, not, let's go here and say resource conflict as well. What is resource conflict? Okay, so for this one, it's just going to be conflict dot value. Here as well is going to be conflict dot value. So now we are good to go. I think if there's anything okay, here exception, fine. We have our conflict, fine as well. Resource not found. And lastly, yeah, I think that's it. We are done with the global exception handler. That was like at least the most, hey dude, which stack are you using and what are you building? So I'm just using Spring Boot. I'm using Spring Boot with Java, right? And I'm building a glorified to do. I'm actually trying to learn CI/CD, so I'm using a project to learn, right? I'm using project-based learning to learn CI/CD. So this project, I want us to do CI/CD on it, right? Continuous integration and continuous development or deployment or whatever. I mean, yeah, it's deployment and delivery, whatever. Okay, so we are done with the global exception handler. We have our responses. So let's go ahead and create the response. This is going to be a Java record. Okay. So for creating the to-do, we need to make sure we have, let me open the model on the side, and let me also open the response. Now we have, let me close this. Then let me open this as well. So we have these three, but for this, let me open it on the side here. Okay. All right, so we have something like this. So what do we need from the user? We actually need just the description. Well, the status by default is already there, so we don't really need to, we don't need the user to give us a status. So we are just going to get these two from the user, the name and the description. Now for this one, let's go ahead and add this column, right? Because the name, we don't need it to be nullable. So we're just going to say nullable. Oh, we can first give it a name. This is going to be name as well. And nullable is going to be false, right? And I think this name should be unique. We're just going to say the name should be unique so that we don't have to create two same to-dos, right? And then the description nullable, description can be nullable for sure. Unique, no. I think that's it for the description. We're just going to give it length. Maybe we can just say description should be text, right? I think description, we can just have it as column definition, then we'll give it text. I think that will make more sense. Let's have this as description. Copy this. So that we can, like, anybody can write as, like, you can just write anything you want, but this is a lot. I think this is a lot. So what I'm gonna do with this, let me keep this, copy this, press this. Column definition, no, I don't want it as text. I'm just gonna give it length. It should be 500 characters. 500 characters. Anything more than that, we are going to throw an error, okay? So we are going to now get the request. I mean, this is a response. Let's start like this, okay? We start with the request. We change this into a Java record. And why did you call it as what the hell is this? Let's rename this as request, okay? Request like this. Create to do request. Okay, what the hell is going on again here? Request DTO. All right, that makes sense. That is our DTO. Now we're going to need just the name and description from the user, right? So we're going to say string name from the user, and then we're going to get the description from the user as well. But we're going to have some validation. So here we are going to make sure this is not blank, and we are going to have message, which is going to say name is required. Okay. So I mean, we can just say to do name is required. To do name is required. And for the description, we can have not blank as well. No. We're not going to say not blank. We're just going to have a size limit. And we're going to say minimum description. We don't need minimum, but we need maximum. Just going to say maximum should be 500 characters. Right? And let's just have it let's have a message here saying to do description, right? We do description. Description should be, oh my goodness, I can't type, bro. Should be only 500 characters. I think should be less than 500 characters. Yeah, let's just keep it like that. Should be only 500 characters. Description. What am I doing? What's going on here with description, bro? God damn, I can't even pronounce. I mean, spell description. Description. God. Okay, we are good to go with that. And there's some issue here. Request is never used. Is okay. Now the response, we are going to get this entire structure, right? We're going to say first we need long, we need the ID, right? We need a to-do ID, and then we need to return the name. We need to return the name, and we need to return the description. Description. What else? We need to return local date time, created that, and updated that as well. So let's just copy this. The time when the to-do was updated. Change this to updated that. All right, here for this one, we also gonna need some columns on top of this. For the status, well, we're going to say this column is gonna be status or to do status, whatever, but this is just gonna be empty. We're just gonna keep it empty like this. And here we are going to say this is enum type, enumerated, and then the enum type of this is just a string, right? Let's go ahead and say string. Okay, and here the timestamps we are going to have at creation timestamp, and this one is going to be updated timestamp. So update timestamp, and we're gonna need this column as well. And here this is just going to be created at, that's the name. But we are going to say nullable, it shouldn't be null, and updatable should be false, right? This one should not be updatable. And let's just go ahead here and copy this. Here we can have this as nullable. No, nullable should be false, but updatable. Since it's updated timestamp, it should be updatable. Okay, I think we are good now with the entities. We don't need anything else, right? So this is the structure of our response, right? And this is the structure of our request. That means this is the input that will be coming from the user, is well validated. In case a user just leaves this blank, we are going to throw an error. In case a user exceeds the 500 characters, we're also going to throw an error. So there you go, my boys. I think the next thing we need to do is just add mobstruct to this situation, and we should be good to go. Mobstruct is going to help us generate the, how do you call it, convert from DTO to entity and then entity to DTO. So that should be it. Now let's go ahead and create this mapper, not this mapper yet, the repo. Repository here, we are just going to extend. This will extend JPA repository. Which will take our to do, which is our entity, and then the tag is long. That's our type. What else do we need? I think that is it. We can just go ahead and add our controllers, and within here we're just going to have REST controller, and we're going to have where is it, request mapping, and we are going to say required argument constructor, and this is our API now. So this is going to be our API slash, I think people like to version their APIs, right? Just like what we had here, API v1 to do's and whatsoever you want to add after that. So I'm just going to say v1 to do's, whatever. But for now, let's just keep it simple. Gonna have to do this API, I mean slash API slash to do's. That is our endpoint. And we're going to have the first endpoint. Now, this is what we're going to do. We're going to create a CRUD. Let me go back here. What the hell? So we are going to create something called crowd operations, right? What's going on with this? Your life discontinued due to inactivity. Okay, this is crazy. This is crazy how we are discontinued from TikTok because of inactivity. It's all good. It's all good at the end of the day. Not bad. Okay, we are discontinued from TikTok. That's crazy, right? Let's close the TikTok. It's fine. Let's go here. We're going to have crowd operations. Let's create, read, update, delete. And we are just going to create our first endpoint, which is going to be our post mapping. Post mapping and the slash to dos. Then we're going to have public response entity. And then here we're going to say create to do response DTO. And this is just going to be create to do. And from here, we first need to validate it first. And then we can say request body. And we're going to take our request DTO as just DTO. Okay. That is what we're going to do. I think for here, we're returning a response. Therefore, we need to just create this response DTO. Here's response is equals to, we need to actually say private final to do service as to do service, and we need to just go ahead and annotate this with at service. Okay, then we'll go back here, create this is we're going to have to do service dot create to do, and that is going to be it. Boom. So we can just have this DTO as whatsoever we're going to create, and then we just return it here, return response entity dot HTTP. I think we can call it status. And then within the status, we're going to have HTTP status dot created, because we created something dot body, then we add the response there. So that is our first endpoint. What the hell? Okay, that's our first endpoint. For this one, I think we can add. Okay, let's go ahead and create this within our service. So we're going to have these two like this, just side by side. All right, so this is our service. Go ahead and create public. Create response DTO and create to do, and it's just gonna take the create to do request DTO as DTO, and then boom, there you go. Now we could just create this without any mobstruct, right? We could create this within mobstruct. I mean, without mobstruct, this is just a simple entity. But I also wanted to use mobstruct because it just makes it easier. We don't have to do the implementation ourselves, the conversion ourselves. It just handles everything from scratch. So, oh my God, my neck hurts. Okay, so I think that is it here. That's what we have. Now for this one, we need to actually check first if that to do exists, right? So we can just have something like to do as to do is equals to, we need to check for our repository first. So we're gonna have private final, and let's keep this request required here, argument constructor. Then we can have private final to do repo as to do repo. What's going on here? Private. Okay, we could just keep this as repository or to do repo whatsoever. I think let's just call it repository. Ah, to do repo is also fine, Brad. I don't have that time to do all that. So to do repo dot find, I think we need to check by ID, right? We could say find by ID for the existence. Then we could just say to do dot ID. Do we have ID? No. So we need to check it by actually name, right? We could check it by name. I think that's better. So we can just say find by name. Find by name, and then the name is a string. Then we can say to do dot name. And then if this is true, right? What's going on here? What are we keeping here? What's expected here? What's really going on? What's really going on here? Okay, we find to do by name. Then, boys, something is not right here. Something is not right. You know what I'm gonna do? Let's go to Mapstruct. Let's just add Mapstruct. I even have Mapstruct in most of my projects, so let's not just do anything from scratch. We can just go and grab this from one of my projects. I like to use Mapstruct a lot. So, goodness, not microservices, not doodle payments. I think Amazon clone makes sense. Let's just grab this. We'll go to our. Oh my God, bro. This is some insane project, bro. Okay, let's go to product service. I think I have Mapstruct there. I think I have Mapstruct somewhere here. Yep, I do have Mapstruct. I'm just gonna say take this entire build and goodness, I'll close this. Okay, I'm gonna take this entire build. This has Lombok as well as the plugin. Not bad. Let's just grab this entire plugin. Yep, I think the plugin will make more sense. We just grab the entire plugin. Then we'll go back to our other project, glorified to do. We'll go to our pom.xml, and then we can just go ahead and add this within our plugin. This is our plugin, Maven plugin. We can just add this. So now do we have two of them? We have Maven plugin. I think this is not bad. It's not bad. Okay, let's go back to, what is it? Amazon clone, good. We can just go ahead and go up here. Then we can just grab this Mapstruct, right? Within the properties. Here's Java 25. Nope, we're not gonna need Java 25. We're not gonna need Spring Cloud as well. So let's see, Mapstruct up to the version, right? We just copy this. Okay, then we go to the properties. Good. And we just paste this here. I think we're good to go. We have Mapstruct. Is there any problem again? Nope. Mapstruct with Lombok, and that should be okay. So that is simple as that. Let me just close off this application now. All right. So let's go back and create our mapper first. We go to the mapper within the interface. We change this first to add component. Mapper. Wait, mapping. Should it be mapping component? Hmm. No, 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 no. Something is not right. I think it did not read. Let's first check our pom.xml one more time. Something is not right within our pom.xml. So we have Lombok and Mapstruct binding. We also have Mapstruct here. Then what's going on? Okay, let's just copy this entire thing. And let's just take it to AI here. Say, fix this quick. Okay, no, not this, bro. I don't want to waste time doing all that pom.xml configuration. So we're just gonna say fix this. All right, let's see. It's broken mainly because you have non-existent SpringBoot test status and wrong, whatever. Let it just fix it real quick, bro. Okay, fix it. Good. So we can just copy this. Okay, paste this, and I think this should be fine. All right, now let's close this off. Go back to the mapper. Add mapper, good. And then within here, we can just have component model, and this is gonna be string. All right, so here we are going to create from DTO to entity and entity to DTO. So let's say first here we need to create request DTO. This is from DTO. and then to entity, and this is going to be our DTO. That is entity to DTO. I mean DTO to entity. Now let's convert from entity to DTO. So we're going to have our to do as to do, and this is going to go to response DTO, and then we are going to have create to do response DTO. All right, and the last one will just be updating. This is going to be update from DTO. We're going to have here as void, and then update update from DTO, and we are going to have create response DTO, create response DTO as DTO, right? That is our body. Okay, and then we're going to have mapping target, and then we are going to target the DTO, which is our to do. I mean the entity itself. So this should be what we are going to need. All right, and then for this one, we're just going to have first, we're going to have a target, not the target like this. We're going to have mapping, and then we're going to have a target, and this is going to be an ID. We need to ignore the ID, so ignore true when we're creating the DTO. Press this, and press this as well. Here we're going to have created that, ignore true, press this, and we are going to ignore updated that. We are going to ignore it as well. So that's what we are going to ignore. Even when we are updating, we need to ignore them as well. But this one should be the way it is, right? Creating create to do response DTO should be the way it is. So I think we are now good to go with Mapstruct. Unless there's something that needs our special attention, we are good to go for now. I'm just gonna go to this, find by name, string, okay. Let's go back to our repo first, right? I'm gonna remove this from the repo. Let me remove this from the repo first so that we can see how it's going to play together, okay? So with this one, let's first create a DTO. I mean, create the to-do, and then we can come back and do something that we're gonna need, right? Here we're going to say return this to do repo. We're gonna need the mapper as well. Private final mapper or to do mapper as to do mapper. Then we're just gonna say return to do mapper dot to response DTO. Then we're just going to return. We could say the way we are saving it here. Let's just come here and say to do saved to do is equals to do repo repository dot now what are we going to do? We want to save one entity, which is our to do. Now we also need to come back here and say to do. We need to check if the to do exists, then we can do something, right? Because that's the only way we are going to create the to do. So we're going to say if to do repo dot exists by ID or exists, I think, right? Then we can pick the DTO dot name. I think exists by name, I think makes sense. Exists by name. Then we can just create this within the repository. We leave out this entire thing. Yep, I wanted it to be Boolean. This is the correct way to check for existence. Okay, if it exists, then we can or throw new resource not found. We are going to say, I think for this, we are just gonna say prod to do not found, right? But wait, we want to throw resource conflict, not my bad. My bad, bro. My brain is throwing tantrum right now. To do already exists, right? If that to do yep, this already exists. Is this the right way to check for it, for the existence of the to do? Yeah, yeah. I think that already exists by name. Then we can say to do is equals to, or we can say to do is equals to what? To do, to do is equals to do repo. To do repository, not repository, actually the mapper. To do mapper dot to entity, then we pass in that DTO. Then we just save this as the to do itself. Okay, and then we just pass in the self to do, return it back as our response entity. I think this is the right way to approach it. What do you guys think, my boys? Oh my goodness. What do you guys think? I think this is the right way to approach it. So let's say we copy this, then we ask AI if this is the correct way to approach it. Mm, is this the correct way to approach? Okay, let's go back to our repo. So I wanted to ask if we should use the Boolean or not, right? Should we use the Boolean? Should we use the Boolean or optional? So let's see. Let's first ask that question. Short answer is service structure is correct, but the existence check strategy depends on the invariant you're enforcing. Is the service layer approach correct? Yes, this is everything here is correct. That's correct. You are not linking entities. You are not doing control logic inside the service. And another thing I forgot to add, I want to make sure every entity, as long as it's creating something in the database, we need to add it as, oh my God, why am I forgetting it? Why am I forgetting it? It's a transactional. Transactional. Yeah, it's not going to be read only. There's going to be a transactional. That means if it's going to fail, if something fails, if we fail within anywhere here, we should revert the entire process rather than having, disintegrity. I don't know if that's a correct word. Does that exist? Let's see. Disintegrity. Integrity. Yeah, I don't know if it's correct. Disintegrity. Does that word exist? Oh, lacks integrity. That's correct. So that's good. Disintegrity. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Let's go back to this. Let's see what you're currently doing. If this already exists, a pros generate select one with limit one, very efficient, expresses intent clearly, checks for the existence. Still, there's a rest condition prone without DB constraint. So if you used optional to do existing, this exists by name, and if it's present, then throw this pros gives you the entity if needed, fetches entire row. Yeah, so I think you must enforce it at the database level. I have it as unique true. I have it as unique true. So let's go back here. What's going on? Once Morpheus, the import does not belong in the repository. Yeah, I removed it already. Okay, let's go and check for this first within the to do. Let me say copy this integrity. Let's see. I think I have it already. So let's see. Let's see if it almost correct, but there's one critical updated that you must mapped updated to create an add column. Oh, my bad, my bad. Jesus Christ. What? I forgot to do it. Updated that. Yeah, that's why you need to use AI, my boys, to help you. This is okay. This is fine. So this was the only issue. You already have this nullable false, and this yes, database level uniqueness is enforced. Our data, let's see. This can cause subtle JPI issues, especially with proxies and relationships. Server production pattern is to add getter setter and equals to one hash code, explicitly include true, and then we can just include it here. Yeah, I don't know. I knew there was an issue with this, but I don't think we need to go that extra mile, bro. This is a simple project. We don't want to over stress it. You know what I'm saying? And use input. We don't want to overcomplicate it, my boys. So let's keep it as is, man. What else do I need to close? Let me close this off. Repo is fine. Let me close the repo. So this is service and the controller. Hello, man. What's up? What's good, my boy? Vintage. I mean, vintage, my brother. I think you're the one who gifted me. You sent me, I think, some 40 rupees, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you for the 40 rupees, bro. I appreciate it. All right. So we have this transactional. That is good. Now we need to just go ahead and now create CRUD operations, create, read, update, delete. Then now we need to read. That means get all mapping or get mapping. And this is going to be to do's, right? So since we are getting all to do's, we shouldn't worry about that. Not private, but public. Public, we're going to get the response entity. Response entity is going to take in create. Create to do response DTO, not request DTO, but response DTO. Response DTO. And we're going to say get all to do's. Now, here is where the magic is going to happen. So here we're just going to return. We're going to return response entity dot okay. And we're just going to have response here. All right, here we're going to say create response DTO. Response is equals to do service dot get all to do's, and I think that is it. Get all to do's. We don't have to do anything else here. We just have to make sure we create this get all to do's method. So go here. This is going to be our transactional, and by transactional we are going to make sure read only true. This is just read only. Going to have public create response UTO pass get all to do's. And for this one, we are not gonna do too much, my bad. So for getting all to do's, um, we need to do something. We need to first, I think we have to stream them, right? We're just gonna say return to do mapper dot to do response, okay, and then we need to pass in. Let me see, what do we need to pass in that to do? Do we really need to pass anything? Nope. We can just say to do mapper, and we have to get this to response DTO. Yeah, something is not right here. Something is not right. Something is not right, my boys. I don't know how we're gonna return this. Let me say return. I think we can have to do mapper dot. Nope, we're going to return a response entity. Do we have that? Nope. How do we return everything? That means we have to map. No, we have to stream, right? We need to get the to do mapper dot to response DTO, and then we pass in the to do dot map. Nope. What's really going on? How are we gonna achieve that? How are we gonna achieve this? Okay. Another thing I need to understand is how we're gonna achieve this, my boys. It's getting a little bit confusing right now. Oh God, how are we gonna? Oh, we need to get this as response entity, and then I need to put this as pageable. So pageable, yep, we need to return it as pageable. That means we're gonna have some issues here. We need to page this page. Okay, and the same applies here as well. And then we're going to need pageable. Yeah, pageable default as pageable. Pageable is pageable. Good, good. And then we pass in pageable here because we need to paginate this actually. Hi man, what's good, brother? How you doing? I need to add this here. Pageable as pageable as well. Okay, we somehow have a point now. So we need to sort by, let's look at sort by name, I think, or by size. I don't know. We can say size. We need to just grab 5 to those. And then what else? I think if I check here, nope. If I, no. Oh, what? Okay. I think this is a shift. How do I check for stuff? Oh my God. Okay, we need to sort actually. We need to sort and we can just say sort by name, right? Say sort by name or to do name, whatever. Let's just say sort by name. Uh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna figure out this. Don't worry about this. We're gonna figure out this. So here we need to now get this response entity. Do we need to put this in a page? Nope. Let's have a look at what we have here. Response. Okay, let's go back here and say response entity. Um, return to do response DTO, and then we pass in this mapper. We convert it to entity. No, no, no. Geez. So we're gonna say to do mapper. God, bro, I'm gonna have to ask AI, bro, because I'm kind of confused right now. Or maybe we could just go back to my project here and just check how we got that. Because my brain is not braining right now. How much experience do you have? You seem quite friendly with this. I am new to Spring Boot and it's quite difficult for me. And I'm trying to make a project with the help of YouTube. So any tips? Yeah, the biggest tip I can give you, right, is just start coding. You're not gonna get anything by just watching videos. I promise you. And I've been coding, I think, for like 8 months or 6 months or something like that with Spring Boot. But I have experience with other frameworks, right? Which is, I mean, other languages like JavaScript and Node.js, Express, and all that. So picking up Java wasn't that hard, especially Spring Boot. I feel like you just need to code and get a project, just build it from scratch with the help of AI, just by asking questions. Just don't copy and paste the code from AI. Just understand it, and then you're good to go. All right. I think that's all I'm saying, my boy. There's not much to it really, bro. It's all about practice. Just my eyes are hurting because of this light. God damn it. All right, I think we're good now. But it might be, it might be reflecting the ring light. I apologize for that. Okay, like for example, here now, you see, I'm already caught up in this situation where I don't know what I'm supposed to return. Get all to dos. We have pageable, and I do not understand what this pageable is gonna do. But all I know is that within here we have pageable, and within our response entity, we're supposed to return a paginated to-dos, right? We need to return paginated to-dos. So how are we going to approach that? It's gonna be difficult for me. It's always gonna be null. Okay, so here, let's see. We're gonna say return response entity, right? Here, do we have it? Do we have an entity here? No, we're returning this. And yeah, I think now, as you can see, I'm stuck here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna say, hey, I'm gonna just give this to AI, and I'll say I'm stuck in this point, right? I'm just gonna say I am stuck here, and I'm gonna paste that. All right. I'll paste this as well, and I'll also paste my mapper as well. Let's go to the to-do mapper. Let me show you how I make sure AI understands what I need. What's going on here? Mapper has one problem. Update method is not used. Okay, not bad. We're gonna use it regardless. So I'm just gonna come here and say, guy, oh man, what do you catch? And also, I think, what do you catch? Let's just ask that question. Let me see what it catches, right? So as you can see, it is trying to understand my code. It's trying to understand, looking into IntelliJ, focus on the selected lines. I did not say use my IntelliJ, oh God. So I can catch 3 concrete issues. All right, so let's see. So the correct one should be response entity should be the one covering the entire thing. Okay. And pageable default, sort by name, that's also fine. And then yep. All right, let's look at the service. So how should our service look like? How should our service look like? All right, now let's go back here and just correct the mistake that we made. As you can see, the mistake is within the controller. We have the page that is outside. The page is supposed to be here instead of outside. And then here is supposed to be the response entity. All right, and then we shall not have any issue. And how did this all get corrected? I don't. I won't lie. I think AI corrected it from here, right? I think this is AI for sure, for sure. I think this was AI. All right, so this is returning repo.find all, and then we are also covering this into a page. That makes sense. And then we needed to just find all, and then we make sure we pass in the pageable. And then here, this is I think this is a lambda function. No, this is not a lambda function. Yeah, this might be a lambda function. So let's say, how do you explain this? Let's go back here, fine. Let's say, how do you explain this? How do you explain this? Okay. I don't really copy the code from AI. Transactional, this is the 3 important things. Opens a transaction, disables data checking. So what's really going on? This is a lot of work for us. Okay, a page contains content list with total elements, total pages, size, and number. All right, that's all we needed, right? So let's look at what else do we need, my boys? What else? What else do we need? So we have let's go back to this. I can show you guys for a sec. So we have create, read, now remaining update and delete. So updating, we are using this, and then deleting, we can just delete since it's void. Let's just 100 delete real quick. So we're gonna have delete mapping, and we need to delete a specific we need to delete a specific entity. Just gonna say to do ID, or we can just say as ID. What the fuck? Are you trying to make a to-do app or something? I'm actually trying to learn CI/CD. So this is a CI/CD, um, whatever tutorial, whatever you call it. I just want to teach myself CI/CD, but I wanted to build a fully functional to-do app and then just host it straight to EC2 using CI/CD. You understand? We are going to first do it manually, then we can use CI/CD to automate it. I think that makes sense. Now let's just grab this response entity, and we are just gonna keep void since we are not returning anything, obviously. We just have void, and we're just gonna say delete, or not delete mapping, delete to do, and at path variable, that's what we're gonna need. Long, that is our ID, so we're just gonna say to do ID, or we're just gonna say the ID, not path mapping, path variable. Okay, and then here we're just gonna say return response entity dot status, and then HTTP status code. We're going to say no content dot build. We just build this up, and yep. Now this is our ID, right? We need to go ahead and use this, delete to do like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and build this delete entity. Let's say this is going to be a transactional, not read only. We are going to make sure it's a transactional. We have public. What is this, bro? What language, project, and why? This is Spring Boot. This is Java. This is Java. What is this, bro? What language, project, and why? Any explain? I think, yeah. So this is Java. The framework is Spring Boot, and the project is a to-do application. It's just to teach me CI/CD, right? Using Spring Boot. That's all. That's all. That's all. That's the entire essence of this project. Okay, so now here we're going to make sure return void. This is delete, and then we are just going to take in this and the ID. Then, as you can see, we need to first check for the existence of the to-do, right? We need to first check for the existence of the to-do. We're going to say to-do is equals to-do repo dot find by ID, and then we make sure we just pass in that ID, and then or else we just throw, right? Or else we throw an error. And let's just create this. Let's throw an error using this, and we're going to throw a new resource not found exception. We're just going to say to do not found. Okay, that is our error. And then we just go ahead and say to do repo dot delete by ID. Then we just, not by ID, we're just gonna say delete, not delete by ID again. Just gonna say delete, and then we delete that entity to do. And then this is what we are returning. We are not returning anything, as you can see, it's void. But what's going on here? Huh. This is to do ID, and we are passing in to do. We're passing ID. Let's just keep it as ID. So I think we are good to go, bro. Okay, bro. You are a very kind person. Thank you, thank you so much, my brother. Bro, it's Spring Boot, yeah. I don't know why so many people don't know Spring Boot. I just don't understand it. Delete to do. Delete to do. Bro, why is it not used here? I don't understand it. It is never used. Why is it never used? Oh, since we are returning here no content. Is that the reason? Is that the reason, my boys? So I like to ask AI questions, right? I like to ask AI questions like, why is this not used? I need to understand. We are checking, or else we're throwing to do not found, or else we're deleting direct. So here we're not returning anything, but let's just return this. And then we just come here, rather than void, we can just say, I don't know. I don't know how we are going to approach this. Delete return, cannot return a value from with void results. Okay. All right, so now we're going to have problems, my boys. Yeah, we're going to have problems. Okay, let's say create response DTO, and it's going to take in And then we can create that response. So rather than void, we can say create response DTO, and then we can just say this is the deleted one, and we return this to do yeah, something is not right. Just change void to boolean and return true or false. I don't know. I don't know. That's the issue. And that's the thing that I hate sometimes, right? Okay, this is correct. This is correct. This is actually supposed to be correct. This is correct. We are not supposed to return this again like this. Yeah, I think this is fine, bro. Let's leave it at this. I'm gonna say, is the delete entity correct? Let me remove this because what the hell? I was gonna say, is this correct and why is it not used? Is it correct? And why is the service delete not used? Let's see. Where you from, bro? I'm from South Sudan, my brother. How about you? I can guess you're from India because a lot of my audience are from India. Okay, as it's processing that, okay, it has discovered because your controller never calls it. Delete mapping, path variable, return response entity or status or build. You're returning 204, never call this. So nothing gets deleted. Return type is wrong. Create response DTO, we should return void. That is correct. Then we're gonna say to do service. Yeah. What am I doing, boys? What am I doing? Supposed to be void, and then here we're just supposed to have the to-do service itself, dot delete, and then we just pass in the ID. All right. Now we are on the same page. Now we're on the same page, right? So what are we left with now? We are left with create, read, update, delete. We have create, read, update, delete. We don't have update, so let's go ahead and now work on update. We are going to say update, we have update to do. And now for updating to do, we're going to take a few things. We're going to take first, we'll make sure we validate it first, right? Make sure it's valid. And we're going to need the request body. After that, we're going to need the request body as to do request body as DTO. And then we're going to need now the path variable. That is going to be long. And we're going to keep it as ID. Right? I think it makes sense, my boys. Let me bring this down. Good. All right. So I think we are now good to go with the updating. We're going to create a new response, not request. Create response DTO as response is equals to, we need to call the to-do service dot, I think we're going to keep it as update to do, something like that. Update to do is going to take in the DTO and long, which is our ID, right? And then we are going to say return response entity dot status. I think we can just keep it as okay, and then we can just add the response somewhere here. That should be it. Let's go back here to update. It's also going to be a transactional, add transactional. And then we are going to have public create response DTO. And then we're going to have update DTO. Create response DTO, not response again. Create request DTO as DTO. And we are going to need long ID. So that is what we are going to do. Now for updating, we're just going to check like this. Make sure the to-do that we want to update exists first. So let's go back here to updating. So this is create to do, get all to do's, update to do. All right. We're going to throw this here. We'll make sure the to do exists. And then if the to do exists, we'll go and get this We do mapper dot update from DTO. Then we're going to pass in the DTO and we're going to pass in the ID. Okay, oh, the ID and the DTO. I think it makes sense. But let's pass in that entity and then the ID itself, which is not the ID, but the actual entity, which is this to do. So what's going on here? We need to change the parameter. Required type is response. Hmm. Mm, 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 mm. Well, we are going to have an issue. Okay. So if we go back to our mapper, let's have a look. Oh, this is supposed to be create request, not response. My bad. Okay, then this is fine now. So we update and then we have to do. We're gonna say serve to do is equals to do. We're gonna get the repo dot save and then we just pass in that to do. We're gonna call this serve to do. To do updated to do is equals to this, and then we pass in the updated to do, and then we can just return this to the mapper. To do mapper dot response entity, then we pass in the self to do. Okay, now we have an issue because this is supposed to be void, but now we are returning the type to do. All right, let's just keep it like this, boys. We're gonna keep it as it is or as is, and we just say, how do we save this now? That's where we're going to have issues. I think we can just take this entire thing and paste it inside here. What? Hold on. Let's cut this from here. Then we paste it here. Why do we still have an issue? God. Okay, boys. How are we going to do this? Save to do. Hmm. Can we just pass that entity? That is fine. Is that the way it is? I think it is fine like this. Let's go back to the controller, update it to do. Yeah, I think we are good. Let me ask, is this fine now? We're updating, are we okay? Then let's go and grab our put. So are we okay with updating? Okay, then let's grab this mapper. Just copy the entire mapper. Press it here. Let's see. You're mostly fine, but there are three correctness, whatever. Services are necessary for the update. Usually, inside transactional method, the today is managed after you mutate. JPA will flash changes on commit. So this is enough. Update from to do. Then we just return to DTO. Saving it is not, the save is not harmful, but it's just redundant. Okay, so we don't have to even save it. Semantics, you're doing patch behavior. Okay, so we are using this for the update. If your DTO has nullable fields, Mapstruct will set them to null. With put, you typically replace the full resource. With patch, you typically update only one provided field. So yeah, I think saving the to-do is unnecessary. We just need to return this to-do now. All right, so this should be good to go, I guess. Okay, so now we have everything except getting one single to do. So let's just grab one single to do. Here, I'm just gonna copy this. We're going to have at get mapping as well, but this time we need to grab one single to do with its ID. Okay, we're going to have public response entity, create response, and then we're just gonna say get to do. Get to do with that ID, response, not request. Response DTO as response is equals to do service dot get to do, and then we just pass in that ID. Then we return the response entity like that. Let's go and create this. It's going to be transactional read only. Add transactional. This should be read only. Okay. Public create response DTO get to do. We're going to have long ID. And then for now here, I think we just have to check if that ID exists, because if it's not there, we'll throw the stuff doesn't exist. Okay. So here we just say return to do repo dot. I think what are we gonna return here? Not the to do repo, but response actually. Let me see how we are returning this for the transactional. So first check find pageable, then we need to check find by ID or else we throw, or else we just return to do mapper dot to response entity, then we just pass in that to do. All right. I think we are good now, boys. We are finally done with all this. What's going on here? Unnecessary semicolon. Okay. All right. So let's see. We are done with 100% of the entire to-do application, right? This is a glorified to-do application. By default, everything is there. Now, how do we handle the done situation, right? So let me go ahead and open the to-do model, and we're gonna say, how do we handle the done situation? So how do we handle the done situation in case the to-do is done? Okay, we have the task, we have the status already, status enum already. So let's see how we're going to handle that. We have where is our controller? Good. So we're going to copy this controller and send it to AI, and the same thing with our self. I think this is what we are going to do. So let's see how we're going to handle the done situation. If this blocks this, okay, let's see. What is AI saying? The first one, patch status, we're going to have okay. This is the cleanest one to say API slash this slash ID slash status, and then we just change the body to done. That is the cleanest one. And then option 2 is super clean plus resty. What is resty? This is funny. Patch complete and reopen. These are idempotent. Completing an already done to do returns the same to do, no error. Okay, so we're gonna have if status or get is equals to done through resource conflict. All right, then this keeps your mark as done logic out of generic update. So we're going to have something like this complete to do. We first check if the to do exists, and if to do status to do dot get status is not done, then set the status to done, or then you return you return the to do. And then transactional. Here we are going to say reopen to do. Then to do, we first check if it exists. And then if the status is pending, is not pending, then set the status to pending, or else return this. So no save needed because the entity is managed inside the transaction. Then our controller will look like this. We're going to have complete with this ID. We just pass in this, and then we're going to have reopen as that. So one more practical improvement, make status column. I need to make it as nullable, non-nullable. Okay, fine. Let me close all of this. Oh my God, what did I just do? I like to code with this. Okay, that's a service. Let's open the controller. Good. So I'm just gonna put the controller to the right and keep the service on the left. Or maybe vice versa, but it's okay. So now we need for the done status, right? So let's go ahead and create done. So everything is within the to-do controller, which is insane. Or we could just open another controller called status controller. Whichever works, but that is over engineering. So we're just going to keep it like this. Let's first say we have this status, we have this enum. So I'm just going to go back to AI and say we are using this enum. I guess is fine. And what else? What else? What else? Within our to do here, we need to first go and make this nullable false. Okay, nullable false. And I think that is it. Close this off. And let's see what AI says. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. It is simple and correct. Now the real question is, how do you enforce correct state transitions? In your entity, this is okay. Guarantees DB integrity. Do not rely on generic update for this. So correct explicit domain methods. We have this idempotent method. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Optional, reopen. So what's with the complete to do here? We need to first check if the to do exists, and if the status, get a status, is equals to status the complete, return here, right? Or else to do the status, set the status to complete, or else we just return the to do. And the same applies to the reopening to do. We're gonna say find by ID, and then just set the status to pending. Now I need to ask, why do we need the idempotency? Why? What is idempotent? What idem? How do you even spell? This is idempotent. Idempotent. Let me copy this. What is idempotent? And why do we need to enforce it when put is also idempotent by default. By default. Yep. Let's see how it works, my boys. Good question. Let's separate HTTP semantics from business behavior. What is idempotent? An operation is idempotent if calling it multiple times produces the same final state as calling it once. So f of x is equals to f of x. Now patch complete if the to do is already completed. First call sets to completed. Second call completed. Third call completed. No. It says no intent to consent. I'll not disconnect you. Just give it a sec. I don't know why. Maybe we had limited it to 4 devices, I guess, or 3, something like that. I don't know. Just I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'll see. I'll see. Just give me a sec. I'm almost done actually. Well, let me first try to close one. No, you first try to join. Okay, let's try to join and see. Let's go. This is it working now? No, I'm telling you, I changed the position of the cable. So let me first try to take it out. I think it's good now, right? Listen, it's still. Alright, wait. Let me see. Let me just change the table position and let me. Is it okay now? Later. No, there's no problem with the weeks. First go and see. Just go. Has it disconnected? Huh? Yeah, I told you. It's just a signal thing. Uh, what is idempotent by definition? HTTP spec defines get as idempotent, put as idempotent, delete as idempotent. No guaranteed idempotent. Okay. Why we enforce idempotency in business logic? Because network retries happen. Client sends request, server processes it, network times out, client retries automatically. If your endpoint is not idempotent, you may duplicate side effects, increment counters twice, trigger event twice, charge twice, send emails twice. Okay. So we need to always keep track of the idempotency. That's fine. This is going to, I'm just going to keep this as mark as done, all completed. Okay, we're going to have here, I think this is going to be get, right? Oh, wait, I think both of them are going to be get, if I'm not mistaken. Status completed. All right, this is the latest one. Cool. So transactional, and then this is going to be patch. Okay, both of them are going to be patch. We get the ID completed, complete, and then this reopen. All right. So they're all going to be patch mapping. And then we are going to use the ID, and then we are going to use slash complete. Complete. I'm going to have public response entity, create response DTO, complete DTO, I mean to do. Then we're going to create this response is equals to do service dot complete to do. You pass in the to do ID, and then we just return the response like this. Let's go ahead and create this I'm gonna say mark as complete here as well. Oh, copy public create response DTO this, and then we're going to say long ID. So what else do we need to do? Now here's where we're gonna do some source. We check for the to do. Matter of fact, we can just copy this entire to do thing. Copy. To do is equals to find by ID or throw. Yup. And then now we can first check if to do dot get status if the to do status is equals to status dot completed, then to do mapper dot to response entity, we just pass in that to do. Right, this is to keeps it idempotent. Idempotent. Oh my god. Let's go and copy that word. Right. I don't know how this word is just so like my tongue can't take it. Idempotent or idempotent. Whatever. Let's grab this idempotent thing. Idempotent. Okay. Idempotent. That is the word. Okay, keeps it idempotent. And then here we just we have to do dot set status. Then we get status dot completed. Then we just return to do mapper dot to response entity. We just pass in that to do. All right, I think that is it, marking it as complete. And then reopen, reopen, reopen to do. Mark to do as done. Reopen to do. As long as there's a word to do here, this stuff will always show something like this. Whatever. We're going to say patch mapping. Okay, let's grab this. Say ID within the path variable. Then we're gonna say the reopen to do. We're gonna follow this reopen to do, and we're gonna create response DTO response. Response DTO is equals to do service dot. We need to go ahead and create reopen to do ID. Then we just return it within the response. Go and open this. This is reopen to do mark to do as done. Okay, we're going to have public create response DTO. Okay, long. Now this, I think we can just have it the same as this, right? It's like what we have here. Okay, this is if to do is complete, then to do mapper, to do this idempotent, to do status to complete, then we return the to do. Fine. It's also going to be a transaction error. That's good. For the reopen to do, we're going to keep it like this. We check first, and then status is pending. We say to do. All right. So wrap to do. I'm gonna say to do dot set status pending, return to do mapper, and then we'll pass in the to do. Okay, what else? All of them have to be transactional. Transactional. Also, these are transactional. Good. So that's a complete to do API. It's a complete to do API. What should I do with it now? I think we should just go and test it out and see. So can't we build let's just build a simple front end for this project, right? So that we can just test it with the front end straight. Okay. I'm going to open a new project, not this, a whole new project. Matter of fact, let me close this. Let me open Ghosty. Oh God. What are you saying, bro? You're like, where are you from, bro? What do you do? Oh man, I'm a student, bro. Hey, yo, what's up, brother? How you doing, Brsky? How are you guys doing, bro? Listen, bro, if you guys jump on stream, the first thing you should do is introduce yourself. Okay? Tell us your name, what you do. Are you a programmer too? CD developer. Let me see the web dev. Okay, so we just need to create a glorified to do. Not Siri. Siri, calm down. Glorified. I think we can have glorified to do like this. Yep, glorified to do and CD inside the glorified to do. Glorified. File already exists. Are you sure? Oh yeah, I was supposed to CD inside it, but it's okay. Glorified. Glorified. Let me jump inside the glorified to do, and then I'm gonna just say open this with anti-gravity. I'm from India, unemployed software developer. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? We all unemployed, bro. We all unemployed. We're trying to get a job. You feel what I'm saying? That's the reason why we're coding this much. Okay, now let's check. We are okay. Now for this one, I'm just gonna say first we need to go and create a simple. Okay, I'm gonna say Bonex create at latest. Okay, with default, that's a Next.js application. All right, so I think as it's creating that, we can just go here and Shotcn. Let's open Shotcn real quick. Get started. Next.js. Copy this. Go back here. Bun. Okay, neutral. Okay, as that's installing, we can now go ahead and test this application of ours. Since we have compose YAML here, right? I just need to go to one of my applications here, mini marketplace, new window, and I'm gonna go ahead and just grab one of my compose YAML. So I don't want to write this from scratch again. Let's go back to glorified to do, replace this, and I'm just gonna call this to do PG, and this is gonna be to do BB, and the name is Emma password. This is fine. Okay, that is also fine. Just gonna copy this entire database, and that's the T. This is the volume as well. I think it's good to just keep this as data so that we can copy this, paste it here. All right, that's our volume. Just add this. And the next thing, we need to just open our application YAML. We just need to copy this entire data source. Okay, then now close this finally. Go back here, glorified to do, resources, application YAML, and press this entire thing. We need to just open, I think we call this to do DB, pass, everything else is fine. Okay, so we've created our entire database, right, with everything that we need. And let me just open this database so that we can see what's running. Nothing is running. So nothing is running right now. That is interesting. We need to open this. I'm gonna say Docker compose up in detached mode. Oh, let's just say up so that we can see what we are building. Okay, so database is accepting connections. I'm going to go ahead and check it here. So we have glorified to do, and we have to do PG, and it's ready to accept connections. Interesting. Okay, now let's just remove it from here. Then we can say Docker compose up in detached mode. No services to build. Docker compose down V. Okay, we're gonna say Docker compose up in detached mode. That's fine. I'm gonna remove this, and let's go ahead and check. Okay, we have our database running. Now, I'm going to bring it down because I want Docker compose down V. I want the Spring to create it, right? So if we go ahead and run, let's first make sure we have this. Okay, everything is okay on the front end. Everything is okay on the front end. I'm just gonna tell AI this Claude Opus 4.6. Create a very clean, modern looking UI for my backend endpoints. And create a clean to do application that I can use to track my app dev projects. For now, I have only CRUD operations and mark as done, as well as reopen. So handle that with clean UI and modern animations using motion.dev. I just want it to be extraordinary, using motion.dev for animations, and shard cn UI as I already have it. Check package.json. What I have and install the rest. Okay, that's what we have. I am going to just paste in this whatsoever we have here as our endpoints from our Spring Boot. I think AI, I just like to give AI so much context so that we don't have to create this from scratch, okay? As it's going to be creating these endpoints, right? Let's just go ahead and first test this with Postman to make sure everything is running. Enable, okay. How is anti-gravity? Man, anti-gravity is fire. I promise you, bro. Anti-gravity is fire. I feel like it's my best now. I'm addicted to it, dog. Okay, so we have everything that we need. I think Spring Boot IntelliJ rather has activated our Docker Compose. All right, so we have desk read, right? Whatever. So the good thing is that our database is ready to accept connections. Okay, that is that. If we go ahead and test it with Postman now, let me just remove this entire thing. Let me close whatever thing we don't need now, like ChatGPT. We don't need you. I don't think we need this anymore. Yep, that's fine. Close this off. We are good to go. So anti-gravity. How about you? What have you been using, brother? Okay, this is fine. We have the plan, install dependencies, whichever thing that we need. Okay, so now let's test first the endpoints using Postman. Let's test the endpoints using Postman. Glorified to do application. Oh god. Okay, this is our glorified to do app. Oh god. I'm going to create a new blank. It is to do glorified. I think I have glorified to do somewhere. G. All right, let's just call this glorified. Well, we have glorified to do now. The first endpoint should be get all to do's. We need to actually go here and create variables. The variable, we're just going to call this base URL. And the endpoint is going to be HTTP localhost 8080/API/to-dos. Yep, I think that is it. We are going to need this here. So we're just going to come here and use this base URL. Wait, why is it not there? Share, save and share. Okay, we can share now. This is the base URL. Close everything here. Okay. Wait, why don't we have this base URL? This is strange, right? Variables. Oh, share as value. Okay, base URL. So let's go back here and then Yep, base URL. Okay. So we have that. If I just send now, what's going on here? Slash API slash to dos. Wow. Localhost 8080 API slash to dos. Shared value. But what's the problem, boys? Can we see API slash to dos? Right? What's the issue then? Mm. Oh yeah, this is V1. That's V1. Wait, boys, are we really seeing this, bro? We don't have anything. Okay, now this is fine. So we are now getting this. And if we go back here, we're going to have some issue. Let's go back. Let's go back here. We're going to have some issue here. We need to enable Spring Data web support, right? Let's go back to our Spring. Then we open this glorified to do. Let's just enable Spring Data, I think web support. And then within the web support, we're going to say enable web support. Is it page serialization via DTO? And what's going on here? Okay, so that's fine. Let's restart our application. Mac specs. I think I made a video about this Mac. This is M3. This is M3 MacBook Pro, right? This M3 MacBook Pro. I think I made a video about the Mac specs. I don't know if you checked it out, my boy. Go to my YouTube channel, you see it. Go to my channel. You see, I made a whole video about it. You understand? But it's just 256 GB. The only thing I hate about this MacBook is that it's 8 GB RAM. That's the only thing I hate. And it still keeps up though. It's 8 GB RAM, but it keeps up. Like I can open as many tabs, as many applications as I want. And it just works as smooth as, as butter. So let's go back and now let's rerun this. Yep, so we are good now. We are getting this correctly. So the base URL is fine. We can go back here and say duplicate this. I have another I have like some MacBook that's on the way, and that MacBook is going to be the real deal. Okay. When I get it, I'll show you guys. So let's say create to do post this. This is the body. We're gonna need raw JSON. Then we are just gonna need the name, and we're gonna need the description. For the name, let's just try to not send anything, right? Let's just send this. We're gonna get an error. Validation errors name. Oh, there's something wrong here, my boys. Wait, I need to actually go and handle these errors gracefully, because yeah, there's a way I'm not handling the errors gracefully. If we go to this error handler, we need to go to our error handler and yeah, I think there's a way I even handled errors here. Let me see. Mini marketplace. I had error handling in tucked error response, and yep, I had these errors, and then within the exception handler, I had all errors here as null, and this is the only place where I had errors dot put, and then API response validation failed as the message, and then the rest you just get the message. I think that is it. That is it. That is that. Then errors we just added here. So we're gonna have validation failed and then errors. So errors dot put. Yep. So here's the thing, my boys. Let me close this off. And I kind of forgot how I handled the errors. That's why. Let's go back here. We're going to have a map. Gonna have a map. Key value pairs. This hash map, and they're all gonna be string, and string, and this is just gonna be errors. Now we need to go back to the exception handler. Here within the message, we can just have errors here without the field name or whatsoever. And instead of the error object, right, we are getting the error itself. Let me stop this application from running. Okay. Can you guys tell me, do you guys handle like I mean, do you guys do error handling by yourself or you just let Spring handle it? I don't even know if that is if it's possible. So as you can see here, we have you're saying here X get binding result for each error, not the actual object. We're just saying the field error. So getting error errors.put, and then we say error.get field error.get message, and then we just say validation failed. Then we pass in the errors. The rest will return null since there's no any error. I think that makes sense. Where's IntelliJ? Good. So let me close this. So here we are just going to get errors, and then with this we're going to say error dot get field name dot field error. Wait, am I getting this correctly? Okay, then we have error dot get default message, and then error dot field. Oh my God, why can't I get the field itself? See, this is the confusion that I hate. So where is the field? Here, okay, get field, get default message. Of course. Then we can enjoy that stuff. Oh, it's gonna be fire, bro. Okay, I don't know. Could you make it as pilau? Oh, it will take time. Yeah, come on, little. Don't be lazy now. I bet. But pilau is not that much, bro. It's too good, bro. My stuff is even dry. That's nice, bro. I woke up in the morning, I had to wash, bro. Why can't I find the field? Why can't I get the field? Why is it the object error? Okay. Now I'm confused, boys. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna pick this. Let me have a look at this. This is the hash map, get binding result, get field errors. Now for each error, matter of fact, I'm just gonna copy this entire thing here. This entire stuff. Gonna copy this. Okay. and bad request up to here, bro. Press this. What's going on? Copy this up, bro. Copy this up to here. Press this. So what was happening? Of errors from the hash map. Now we are good now. Get binding result, field errors. For each field error. Oh, this was supposed to be field errors. I think that was the only problem. So here, these ones are all going to be null. Errors are going to be null. Null. The same applies here. This is going to be null. Yeah, I think we are good now. So any error handling, unused inputs, remove it, remove the field error. All right, boys. So if we go ahead and try now, right? Let's rerun this. Cool. Now let's go here. Let's try to send empty. Yep, we're gonna get validation failed. That is the message, right? The path is /API to do's. The status code is 400. Timestamp is this, and then the error is here. To do name is required. So we are good now. Let's pass in the to do name. We're gonna say it beans and rice. Let's pass. I think description is nullable, right? So there's nothing wrong with having a nullable description. Yep, good. Status code 400 I mean 201, that's fine. We are returning them properly. Then let's fetch all to-dos. We are going to get a paginated content. That is nice. Okay, now let's go ahead and get a single to-do. So duplicate this, and we're gonna say get a to-do. That's gonna be one single to-do, and we just need to get it with the ID. So we're just gonna say slash. I think we can keep this as to-do IDs, or we can just have ID like this, and then the value we can keep it as 1. And let's send here. We're going to get this single to-do. That's nice. The next thing we're going to have, it's going to duplicate this. This is going to be update to do, update to do, update or to do, right? And updating to do, we're going to change this to put mapping. We're going to need this body, and let's add, we're just going to add something good proteins for the body. And then let's update this. Request method put is not supported. Okay, fine. We need the ID. We need the ID. We need the ID. That's it. Within the parameters, we are going to update the first one. Okay, let's pass this and boom. We have that. Okay, what next do we need to do? Right, I think the last one. Now let's get all to do's here. See, we have now description. Good. We now have to delete, duplicate these, then let's get delete. Want to have delete to do, delete or to do. We change this to delete, and this ID one, we're not gonna take anybody. Okay, so if we just send this, we're gonna get that. But let's create another to do so that we can delete it, right? If we try to create a to do that already exists, we're gonna get an error. To do already exists. So I'm going to just say it. I'm just gonna say sleep, bro. Sleep with no description, and then we can go ahead and get all to dos to make sure we have 2 to dos, and then we can go ahead and delete the second to do, right? If we delete this second to do, bam, no content. And then if we fetch all to dos again, we are not going to get anything. And then if we try to get the to do that we just deleted, it's going to give us to do not found. So I think everything is fine. Now remaining the status, right? For some reason, we did not return the status. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back here. Oh my God. I'm going to go back to our response. Let's go back to our response to do response DTO. And I'm going to stop this server for now. And I'm going to return the status code. I mean, the status actually, not this, but here. I think we can call it status as status. And we need to return the status as well. So let's try to run this. And by default, every to do by default, if we now get all to dos here, by default, all to dos have a unique status of pending. So it's pending. Now we need to go and mark it as complete. So I'm going to pick the delete to do here and then duplicate this. And we are going to use patch. And I'm going to say mark as complete. Mark to do as complete. And we need to get the first one. Then we go to the body, JSON, and we're just going to patch. I think it's going to be status. Status. The enum, this is a string, right? We have done completed. Let's look at the status. We have pending and completed. So we just need to change it as completed. Let's copy this, change it as completed. And that is it. So let's try to extend. What's going on? Okay, we need to change this to complete. I think. Let's look at that endpoint down here. Complete, yes. So let's send. All right. So as you can see, the status is now completed. Then if we now get all to dos, boom, we have it as now completed. Interesting, right? The last one is going to be reopen to do. We're going to have reopen to do. Then this is going to be reopen. Then the status is going to be pending. Pending. Then we mark it as pending. Then if we get all to dos, pending. So that is that, my boys. I think if we just send this, it's going to be completed. And if we get all to dos, we're going to get a pending, completed, and then we can reopen that to do by hitting this endpoint and we get it as pending. So I think that is that, my boys, for all the endpoints. This is a complete endpoint or whatsoever you call it, right? It's complete. We can even generate documentation from this. That's crazy. So we close this off and then let's go and now test everything with the front end. Let's go and test everything with the front end, proceed. So this has the implementation here. Build a clean modern to do using Shadcn, motion.dev animations and stuff. We have these endpoints. And another thing, right, before we proceed, I need to, so before we proceed, use 10stack query for fetching. We can just say for API communication. So Download it as well. Yep. So that's all we're gonna do now. Is the internet tripping? That's good. Is that Pilau? Yeah, no. Why does the musal look small like that? We could use a lot of muscle now, little, so it can be dark brown. And we have the pilau masala or masala. Imagine. Don't be mad, little. If you choose to make something, make it, make it to the end. Yeah. Okay. Test a query. So it's downloading everything, my boys. Let's just wait for it to handle the rest. And we are going to start the application again once it's done. After that, we shall do CI, we shall complete the application by doing CI/CD pipeline. We host it on EC2 instance, and we're going to have a fully working full stack application. Crazy. Later or tomorrow we can add authentication and we make it like a great big application. You understand? Let's just run. Glorify to do. Yeah, bro. This application is gonna be fire. Trust me, bro. I swear to God. And it's not even like for the application because it's a to do. 99% of all applications are just glorified to dos, They are all built on top of CRUD operations, create, read, update, delete. So you once you master this simple stuff, the rest is easier. Hard working one. Thank you so much, Maggie. Okay, so one thing about me, I don't like front end. that is me in a nutshell. I don't like front end, bro. I don't like front end at all. I feel like front end is super complicated. So installing dependencies, setting up API proxies, creating API service layer, shard CN, building the main to do, animations. Okay. Okay, my brother. Let me override the API and then okay. Okay. I kind of like what's going on right now. Oh, it has even pagination. Oh my god, this is fire. Oh, we're gonna have a good day today. We're gonna have a good day today, I swear. Okay. So as AI is handling the front end, let me see what else I need to showcase to you guys. I need to go to my GitHub so I can show you guys something interesting. Go to my GitHub. For now, I'm going to have to stop this Docker compose. So let me go here and say Docker compose down V, delete even the volume itself. Good. Okay, let's remove this. Let's remove this entire application for now. Glorified to do. Let's remove this for now. As the front end is AI is handling the front end. Okay, so let's go back here. Bro, can you guys see, bro? Can you guys see the way my GitHub is maxed out? That is like real grind, bro. Stop playing with me. You guys just see how maxed out. I know this is not like the most cracked GitHub you've seen, but at least for my sometimes I'll be lazy. Like, look, here I was lazy the entire, I think for 2 weeks, I did not touch the code for 2 weeks straight. I did not touch anything. Even here, I didn't touch anything. That's crazy. Well, I started coding here. This is the first time I ever wrote a line of code here. So 2025, Let's go to 2025. Yep, here. This is when I started coding. Right here, April 23rd. And then I was lazy for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks, something like that. And then a month later, on 28th, I started coding again. And then I was not like, I wasn't understanding anything. Then here, exactly, I think 6th July, this is when I created I started like taking content seriously, started coding on live streams and stuff. Yeah, the entire 2025. And then 2026, we just started coding. Let me see. Go to 2026, my brother. Why is it not showing 2026, bro? Yo, is the internet tripping? The internet's not tripping like that. Stop capping. It's just me actually. Okay, it was glitching a little bit for some reason. Yeah, so here, look, boys. So I want the entire year here to be full. Like I want this entire year to be full. So that's what we're gonna be doing going forward on our GitHub. So let's see if AI is done with building our project. Run. Okay. I think I need to accept all changes. Well, accept changes. Accept all changes. How many changes do I need to? I don't want to say run bun.dev because yeah, it's actually running. It's going to open my browser. I don't want it to open my browser. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say just run the build. Accept all. I'm going to say run the build. Just come here. Let's say run the build. Or maybe we can even run the build ourselves. Let's say run build. Let's see. Start to build application. Oh, why is the build taking forever? Okay, successfully. How many static pages? Yep. All right. That's cool. We've built our application. Now let's say burn dev. Let's try to check it out for the first time. Surprise me, AI. Make sure. Oh, this is clean, bro. This is some modern type of stuff, bro. Yo, did you guys see the loading, bro? No way. Did you guys see the loading? I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed, bro. Jeez. All right, let's try to add a task. Let's first make sure. Let me go back here. What's going on? What's going on here? Oh, it's actually fetching. That's why it's fetching. And then when it's empty, it's returning null, right? I think that's why. Now let's look at base URL. The base URL is stored in .env. Wait. No, the base URL shouldn't be like this. API. And then where is our HTTP? It's supposed to be HTTP localhost 8080, just like this. And I would say, let's just store it like this, right? Open file .env. And then we just go and take this entire base URL. Yep, I'm just gonna take this entire base URL. Okay, press it here. Remove this, and then we're just gonna have this as the base URL. Base URL. Okay, is equals to this, right? And then we can just call this process.env.base URL, and then we can make sure it's a string. So I think we are good now, right? So what's the next thing to do? Let's just stop this and then go run our backend application. Oh my goodness. It's glorified to do. Okay. Let's run our backend application. It's gonna be a problem. It's going to fail. It's going to fail because Docker is closed. Docker is not running. So let's open Docker Compose. Docker desktop, quit, and let's run it again. Oh my goodness. Bro. All right. So Docker's running. Let's run it one more time. Okay. So now our entire backend is running. Let's now run this bundle one more time. And let's see what's gonna happen. Okay, we're not gonna return anything. Yeah, this is some delay. I don't know if it's the okay, undefined. Let's look at the API page. Uh hmm, hmm. Okay. Why is it giving us 404? Why is it giving us 404? I don't know why. It's not supposed to give us 404. Let's try to create a new task. For this one, I'm gonna say eat food, create task, request failed with 404. I think it's because of yeah, let's look at the console. It could be try to run this. This is not supposed to be 3,000. It's supposed to be 8,000. Not 3,000, 80. What's going on here specifically? I do not understand why it's telling us that the endpoint, what's this, localhost host. So let's look at creating to do. Base URL. Hmm. Okay. Oh, we said it's a string. I think that's the reason why. Let's keep it as a string. Then we'll go back here and let's add this as a string, just like that. Yeah, now it's good. Now it's good. Now it's good. Now it's good. So I'm going to kill this server one more time. God, control. Then let's say bundle. Go back here, fetch. Why is it fetching to localhost 3000? Something is not right. It shouldn't be fetching to localhost 3000. God. Yo, can anybody tell me why we are hitting localhost 3000? Okay, let's see. This is fine. This is the query. These are the types. This is to-do status. And what is the to-do status here? Okay. Pending and completed. ID is number. The string, this is okay. Created that. Well, hmm. Yeah, these are not nullable. This is not supposed to be nullable. Okay, paginated response. It's okay. This is fine. It's no problem. So you see how AI responses can be like annoying sometimes, right? No, this should be fine. It should be the way it is. So to do this, Empty state. You wanna go to what? Let me send it to you on Momo. Then. It's on Momo. See, listen. Money to little, like this. You see the way it's ready, it's just waiting for little. He stop stressing me. Yeah, about how much? Negative 1K? Okay, 1.5 is fine. No, I don't tell you. Let me see it as 1.4. Let's see it as 1.4. Because I have like maybe there's some extra 4. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna say 1.3 so it can go as 1.4, right? 1.350 is fine. Okay, you see your name there? Done. Ah, I sent you already. Mm. Bro, you have to send me 50 baht, bro. Mine is left at 900. Okay, so let's continue debugging this problem. Let's look at the network. What's really going on, right? If we say restart again, let's see if it's hitting our, it's not hitting our backend at all. So something is not right. Let's just click this. It's hitting API endpoint this. So the strict origin one this. Okay, let's go back to anti-gravity. Let's say I'm just gonna copy this entire thing, add it to chart, say check the .env. We are using 8080, not 3000. So correct that. Okay, that's gonna be fine. That's gonna be fine. That's gonna be fine. Front end, bro. How many people in the chat here, right? How many people in the chat love front end dev? Not me. I'm already out of here. So anybody who loves front end, I look at you like, are you okay in the brain, bro? Okay, the issue is that .env has base URL, but the code references next public. Okay. So let's look at where is our API? Where was the API? God. Where is the API? Shift. Scroll through all this. Okay, API is here. Let's accept all. I'm going to reject this for now. So yeah, next public API URL. And okay, so now it's good. It's not good. It's not good. I'm gonna restart the server, run dev, and I'm gonna go back here, refresh. Let's see if it's hitting. It's going to tell us cause problem. So that is the only issue we have. Let's go back to our backend here. And here, let's just say cross-site origin. I'm just gonna say cross. I think this is cause cross origin. We're just gonna say allow this origins. Origins. We're just gonna have HTTP localhost 3000. Allow anything that's coming from that. So let's start our server again. All right, my boy. So let me just remove the glasses. I'm tired of the reflections. Let's go back to our front end and let's send. This time it's going to work. Bam! Hey, God. So we have that working. Sorting. Size. Let's pick 5. I think 5 is okay. I would love to pick only 5. So let's just try to create a new eat food. Let's create that task. Task created. Wow, this is clean as hell. We can mark it as complete. Right now it's pending, so we have one pending by default. We can mark it as done, task done. And as you can see, we are hitting this. If we go back here, right? Every time, let's open this network. Let's try to mark this as now we have reopened the tasks, and as you can see, we are hitting this endpoint with patch, right? And then, oh my God, what's going on with this? If we just hit this mark, we are also, bro, why is this shit tripping like this? Okay, we have completed task. Okay, that is fine. Now, this is eat food. I'm gonna say I'm done eating food, right? What about creating a new task? Bro, why is this stuff tripping like this? Bro, come on, buddy. Don't piss me off. Yeah, boys, for some reason the mouse is just tripping. Let's just use this one now. Okay, we are going to create a new one. We're going to say bread, bread content, bread content. Good. Task created. We can mark it as complete as well. Okay, let's try to create another task. I'm going to say um finish finish my project. Okay, so now we have all these endpoints, right? And if we try to create like 20 of them, right? Let's try to uh create another task, create another task. Let's see how the pagination is going to kick in. Okay, create another task. And what is this total here? Oh, this total is supposed to pick the total total number of I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, pick this. Um, create again. So I think this is the last one, then pagination is gonna kick in. This is 10, then the next one, pagination will kick in. Okay, so where's the pagination now? Okay, so this is only fetching 10, but it is neglecting the rest of just give me a sec, boys. Okay, so right now we have if we check our database, right? If we check our database, let's go back here. We can actually just check from here. Bro, why do we have to open all this stuff when we could just use Carl? We could just use Carl to do that, but it's okay. Let's go back to getting all to dos and let's send this. We are supposed to get the first 5 elements here. This is 5, 5, 5, right? Total pages, and then the total elements 12. But for some reason, our application here is just is only paginating 5 elements. So okay, everything works well except pagination. It's less limited to 5 elements. and then the rest can be on next and previous pages. Also, for the total to-dos, it's just showing 0 rather than all of the to-dos, both pending and completed. So let's see how it's going to handle that. Mm, let's see how it's going to handle that. Mm, two fixes. Page size should be 5. Okay, I think for the page size, we are supposed to come here to do list, and we are supposed to only limit it to 5 elements. The pages 10 should be 5. The total elements from SpringBoot is total all pages, but the completed count and pending count only count from the current pages, since the page might show 5 items while there are 5, the counts are off. Okay, so let's see what it has fixed. All right, let's go back here to our application, and then let's try to send. Yeah, but we don't have any that are, so for this, wait, what is this total supposed to show, bro? Do we have to create a separate endpoint? I don't know. Do we have to create a separate endpoint that is going to be, let me close this one. Do we have to create a separate endpoint that is going to show the total? Oh, get all to do's is going to show the total. I think get all to do's should show the total. So let's see. I mean, get all to do's endpoint clearly is for fetching all to do's. So you can extract the number from there and display it in the UI in the total. I think we have total. Yep, in the total section. And also, you didn't add the next and prev button for pagination. You can use short CN UI elements for pagination as well. Okay, let's go back to short CN and let's see what's gonna happen. Short CN. Mm, what are you guys building, bro? I want to know. I'm always curious, right? I always want to know what people are building. Do we have pagination, really? Oh, this unclean dashboard. I'm not gonna lie. Charts. Yeah, I like the charts, bro. Like, I like the charts here. Kind of like the charts, but yeah, I think it's okay. Let's continue. Add pagination. Shasian has something called pagination. Shasian has pagination. I didn't know. So what's the fix that AI is going to do for us here? Fixing pagination stats. User reports that the total yelp 0 and the pagination is missing yelp. Now let me rewrite the pagination using chassis and pagination components and fix the header. All right. Go ahead and do it, my brother. Okay. I am a backend guy. I don't have time for the front end. But I still understand front end code though. That's the only difference, right? Okay. So here's the thing, my boys. All the projects that we shall be building, right? They will all be they'll be with increasing difficulty. Oh, you know, little. I was surprised, like who's just opening the door like that? Sorry, little. You stick it back with glue. Yeah, you stick it back with glue, bro. Y- You've never used it? Just use it with glue, bro. You gotta hustle. I use ShadCL pagination components. Okay. I'll need to restart the dev server. Is it done? Both fixes are in. Refresh the page to see. Okay, let me make sure it's done. Okay, refresh the dev server. Hmm. I don't know if AI did anything. For some reason, bro, this AI is well. Let me go to my backend. Let me just restart it again. Restart the backend. Okay, kill this. Restart this again. Okay, refresh this. Edit. I can mark it as complete. Done. 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 Okay, is that all done? Pending is 0, but the total still remains 0. I do not understand. Uh, it's still showing this. Okay, can I just take a screenshot and send it to AI? Well, let's go back here. Just copy this. It's you AI is stupid. Oh my God, little. Hey, Jesus. Yo, no way, bro. This dude better be fire. Hmm. No way, bro. This dude better be fire. I swear to God. Yo, I'm impressed, bro. I can't wait to finish the stream. Soon as I finish the stream like this, we come and chop some butters, dude. Yeah. Bro, AI, okay, I can see it clearly from the screenshot. Done shows 5. The issue is likely the new Spring Boot version next pagination, metadata under object or level test. Okay, now I need to go to this postman, right? And I'm going to say get all to dos so that AI can understand how it looks like. Okay, this is actually how it looks like. Let's say this is how it returns the pages. Okay, it's going to understand now. Mm, exactly as I suspected, the Spring Boot version 3 next pagination under page object. The types. Oh, okay. I think it made up an issue within the types here. So yep, it made an issue within the types. All the Spring Boot format is okay. So now this should be total 13 and stuff. So let's have a look at this. The to-do types are fine. Normalized response used by the front end. This is fine. All the formats. Why do we need all that? I feel like these types. Let's go back to our Spring Boot, right? And we're going to show first of all the response. that we have. This is what we need. Uh, this is our response DTO, and this is our types. Okay. So don't really create anything. Update the types. Update the types. Oh, thanks for sharing the DTO. Good news, the front end already matches here. Okay. It's a corrected optional and it's nullable. So, yep, now I'm going to restart this, but I'm going to say also clean up the types and the dates should show inside each to do cards. Well structured in the form of uh seconds. Could be seconds, time, and I think we can have day, month, when the to-do was created, and well structured. Well structured. Let's just see. Let's just see how it's going to do it. Clean out the tab. Analyze the to-do item. Yep, that's a paginated response. And I also need to understand wait a minute. I think also design catered page as well for each single to do that we shall call when we hit the to do details page. Okay. I think we are on the right track. We're almost done actually with the front end. Accept all. Yo, keep it up, bro. Thank you so much, brother. Thanks a lot, man. We are grinding like crazy. Okay, so our entire Spring Boot is very robust, proper error handling, proper validation. Like, bro, trust me, if somebody sees you doing this as an employer, they would want you to work for them. I promise, bro. But yeah, the only problem with me is that I'm not a big fan of front end. So I'm not big on front end stuff. I don't like front end. Let's close this. Adding navigation from to-do cards. Okay. For individual to-dos. This application is gonna be live today. Today, the entire application from the front end, the database, the backend, every single thing. If we don't make it live today, then tomorrow we shall just host it. Then I mean tomorrow will be CI/CD. Yeah, it's good for me. I think I'll just leave it for tomorrow. So I have university tomorrow to go to. After uni, when I get back at like around 3 p.m., then we shall continue with the CI/CD. I mean, first we shall do manual deployment to EC2 instance. After that, we shall use CI/CD to automate the deployment from creating the Docker image. Yeah, from actually checking out the code to creating the building the jar, which is the Java individual executable, and then we shall create the Docker image out of it. We shall create a Docker container, and then we shall host that Docker container on Docker Hub. After that Docker Hub, we shall push it. We shall SSH into our EC2 instance, and then we go ahead and push that instance and then clone it or pull it inside our instance. That is going to be our own EC2 instance, right? That's going to be our own server. And then from there, we shall host the database also, I think, on RDS, or maybe, I don't think you can host it on EC2. It will be RDS, something like that, relational database service, something like that. Or maybe we shall host it on like Neon DB or something. We shall see how it will go. But tomorrow we shall do the entire thing. It's going to be a full stack project, like full stack project. Okay, so I think AI is done now. Let's just go ahead and check. Monday. Let's go and refresh our entire front end. Let's see. Wow. She stop playing, bro. This project might seem simple for like certain people. They'll look at it and say, "Oh my god, this is easy." It's not, bro. This is not at all. You have to hustle. You see, just now it shows like we've updated it, and boom, we can also update change this to pendings. Like we can even click it. What's the dedicated page? Oh, we have to click on the individual thing. I wanted us to click on the actual card itself, not the individual, like these links. Yeah, this is clean. This is clean. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Go back to tasks. Now let's go back here and say, let I want the entire card to be clickable, not just the link. Boy, what did you say, bro? Did you type something? I saw you type something, you deleted it. What are you doing? What did you want to say? What did you want to say, my brother? Man, feel free to type whatever you want to type in the chat. Don't be shy, bro. Oh God. You do it, bro. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do, bro? You don't know how much I hate front end code, bro. I really hate front end with passion. But I can code though. I can code this manually, like literally. I just don't have time to do it. I want to keep this as fully backend heavy as possible. Okay, so the entire card is clickable. That's nice. We can update this and we can save this. So the description will be saved and okay, we can go back here and wait, for some reason. Um, well, how do we get the description now? Okay, I cannot see the actual description. Why? Uh, okay, so we're gonna say editing the description. Oh, it just showed it now. Okay, fine. Let's try to update this. Let's just say water. Update this. And let's go back to this completed one. It's gonna show us. Wait, why can't it pull the description? For some reason, I don't know why. Let's try to restart this. Let's say water. Okay, the description is showing water. You can edit it from here as well. Not bad. You can delete. You can delete this, right? Delete. We can go to the second page, the last page, the first page. Okay. So we can delete all to dos. Delete all to dos. Reopen. Okay. So this actually clean. I like this. I like this. Bro, I don't know why my mouse is just glitching, bro. Okay, let me just use the trackpad of Mac creating content. I'm gonna remove this. Yep, thank God. Like the pagination disappears when we don't reach 5. So if we go and create let's say finish my project, let's say I have a pool of dead projects. Let's save it. I have a pool of dead projects. So it's still pending. And I could just mark it as complete. I have a pool of dead projects. I'm gonna say add, let's say project brief. I'm just gonna say project brief, and I'm going to say again coding live, and I'm going to say adding payments. Then if I just add the last one, right, which is, let me just say, I'm gonna say project based learning. Boom. Now the sixth one is going to now introduce the pagination thing. So just gonna say pagination. Finally, we have pagination. We can go to the next. We can go to the previous. Next, previous. Next. This looks super clean, bro. God damn. Okay. What next do we need again? I think that's it for the entire project. For some reason, I don't like the way this button is somewhere here flying by itself. Let me just try to bring the button down. Let's look at this. Where's our button? Oh. I'm looking for the button, my boys. How do you even search for stuff here? Is it like this? No. Like this? No. I think it's Shift P. Yep, Shift P. I mean Command P, and I can search for button. Button.tsx. So, I think that is within the header. To do header. Okay. So to do header, for some reason, where is the button? Button is somewhere here. Title. What's the name here? At task. Create to do dialog. Okay. Yep, this is the button. It's a little bit up, so we are just going to bring it down a little bit. So I think we can just say, gap is fine. You can, I think it's margin top, 2. Yeah, that's fine. If I remove that margin, let me just say margin 24. See? Yeah, yeah. So let me just say margin 2 and all right, boys. So I think that is fine. That looks good, bro. Everything else looks good. So now we can kill the front end now. And We can kill the front end. So what am I gonna do now? What's going on here? Unsaved work. Okay, this is just some this stuff glitching. Bro, what's not saved, bro? Okay, fine. I'm gonna close this. Then let's go to Git. I'm gonna go to Git. Let's go to GitHub. So let's go to my Git here. Go to profile, not repositories. And I'm just gonna create a new repository. And I'm gonna call this glorified to do. Glorified to do. And I'm just gonna, I could leave it as public, it's fine. All right, now this is going to be the entire message. Copy this, go back. Okay, just gonna say git add dot. First, add everything to the staging area. After adding everything to the staging area, press this. And I'm gonna say full crowd operations on a to do up. Then let's send that. Okay, let's say git status. I think we should be cool. Let's go back and refresh this. So we have this full crowd operations thing. If we go back here, we can see we have glorified today. So today we have that. Now we can even host this on Vercel and shit. And as well as the backend, we can just go and host it manually. Then tomorrow we can build the CI/CD. I think that is the best way to do it. I'm just gonna first add this to GitHub first. Let me close this entire thing. I'm gonna say git status. Okay. So I'm gonna go back to Git, then create a backend. Create the backend. Glorified to do backend. Or we can just say server. It's just a backend. It's fine. Glorified to do, and I'm gonna pick this. Go back here. Say git add everything. Press this. And I'm just gonna say the same thing. Full crowd operations on the to do app or on the to do app. I think that is it. That is our backend. We go back here, refresh this. Okay, so we have Java, and the next thing we're gonna do, right? We now need to go and build. As you can see, it's going to show what 5 contributions. That's good. Now here we need to create the Docker file. So I'm just gonna say make the since it's not gonna say touch. We're gonna say Docker file. I don't know if it should be like this. Docker file. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to allow it, but let's see. Okay, for some reason it did not work. So let's go back again. Let me close everything. Close all tabs. Go back here. Okay, the Docker desktop is down. We don't have anything to do with this now, so that's fine. Hosting this one on Vercel is the simplest, right? We just have to go to GitHub and just connect it to Vercel. Okay, let's close this off completely. All right, now let's try to create the Docker file manually here directly. Go here, create a new Docker file. Okay, add this to Git. Now, this is, we are not going to have from Ubuntu, right? We're going to have from, let's see. You know, I don't like to create these Docker files things from scratch, right? I don't know why, bro. So what should we get as our entry point? Oh my gosh. Let me just get this. Give me a sec. Give me a second. There's nothing I hate more than CI/CD. Or since we're using Eclipse, I think that's better. We can use Eclipse and then we can use the work directory. I think that is better. Right, my boys? Okay, we're using Eclipse Timorin, right? If we look at our form.xml, let me just let me ignore this vulnerability for now. So we are using version 21. So we can just say building this from Eclipse. Eclipse, not Mosquito. What the hell is that? Eclipse. And I think version 21 makes sense, right? What do you guys think, my boys? Eclipse Timorin version 21. Version 21. Yep. Eclipse version 21. We can leave the author as me, but let's just remove it. It's fine. Let's remove the stuff. Entry point. We're gonna need a work directory. Little. You forgot this stuff, or isn't it? You forgot this stuff. Ah, we're gonna need work directory, and everything we're gonna take it inside that app, right? Ooh, that's so noisy. So we are going to carry everything to be inside the dot app. Yeah, no, there's no problem. It's fine. Then the next thing we need to just copy. What are we copying? We are copying the target, and we want to store them everything to be as long as it has the word Java to it, right? Sorry. As long as it has .jar to it, go and just add it is copy it within the target of app.jar. I think that's all we're gonna do. Then we're going to make sure we expose this endpoint 8080, and the entry point we can keep it as the way it is. We're going to get this as Java, and then this is going to be .jar, right? This we're going to have this as the jar, and we're going to store it within app.jar. I think that is it all for like creating the Docker image. Oh my God. I think that's it for creating the Docker image. The Docker file, rather, not a Docker image. What am I even saying? So now we need to go ahead and build this. But first we need to push this to GitHub, right? Git add dot, and we're going to say we've created the Docker image successfully. Oh my God, my back hurts, bro. So boys, now we have the Docker file. Did you say git add? Okay, we have that. I'm just gonna say git commit -m, and I'm just gonna say add Docker file. But for now it's okay. I'm just gonna leave it like the way it is for now. Let's go and run this. Docker, not Docker actually. We're going to say dot nvm wrapper clean package, and then make sure you skip test. This is going to build our jar folder within this target. It's going to take whatsoever that's inside the target, and it has finished building it. So we have glorified with the snapshot here. So we have that snapshot. So we have the Docker file, and now we can just say git add all, so we can have git commit. I think that is it, my boys. Oh my god! Before we do that, we need to say Docker build, Docker build, and then let's tag it. This time we're just gonna say this is glorified to do, glorified, glorified to do at latest. We target with that latest, glorified to do image at latest. Oh, we could just keep it like this. So we build the Docker image. What's going on here? Docker build, use Docker build X, then build options. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know why the image is not running. Oh, it's not building rather. See what's going on here. Docker build, target, glorified to do at latest. Huh. Requires one argument. Usage Docker build this options. Run Docker build. Oh, so we're going to say just Docker build actually. Docker build. And then we're going to have glorified, glorified to do. Prepare the context path. Hmm. Why is it not building? We have the target here, right? We have the snapshot here and the jar file already done. I do not understand why this is not building the Docker image itself. So before we go ahead, let me just say git add and then git commit. And I'm just gonna say Docker file and build. I think build the jar from the code. Okay, and then git push the changes. We have that. Now let's first check first why this is not running. Oh, I mean going as expected. Let me see. Okay, we just added Docker file right now. So the next thing we're going to do is within the Docker file, we need to now build the Docker. So how do we even do Docker build? Let's first see. Docker build. How do we do Docker build? So use this, the key options, platform, Linux slash AMD 64 for cross-platform builds, and then build args variable this, and then tag to name the app. Okay, so we are going to say Docker build, and then the name is going to be glorified to do, and then we're going to have glorified to do at latest, and then the platform we are going to have Linux, also AMD 64. Let's see. God, why is it tripping? Gonna say, let's check here. Okay. Something that I hate the most is when AI trips. This was just to build the jar file, but we have the jar file already. What next now? Command file was placed at the end where Docker expects it. So we're supposed to say Docker build X build. Why do we use Docker build X? Why do we use Docker build X build again? Powers advanced Docker image creation through build, replacing the legacy builder for better performance. Okay, so we should use the build X and then letters with the platform as this. Okay, so we can just go ahead and build the Docker image. Bro, requires at least one argument. Okay, let me run this help. I don't know why we are having some challenges now, but let's see. So this is the build. Build. So with the tag, let's look at the name of the Docker file. Okay, let's see. You're missing the required build context argument at the end of the command. Ah, so this says the okay. I understand it now. So the thing that we're gonna do is like this. We are gonna say Docker build X. We're gonna say Docker build. What is it at? Oh my goodness. Yep, we're gonna say docker.build X platform, and then this. Okay, this sets the context. I think this dot was the problem. Just ah, invalid reference format. Glorified to do. Press this. We need to say glorified to do at letters. Glorified to do at letters. Then finally, oh my god. This stuff was taking me like some crazy time to do, right? Okay, so we are building the Docker image now from the Docker file, from the jar. We are now building the Docker image. So next thing to do again. Eclipse, we are using Eclipse Tamarin 21. That's nice. So after we create this Docker file, we can now just run the entire, we can run the container now. We can build a container and run it. Okay, bro, hurry up with that. So we are actually using glorified to do here, right? Glorified to do at latest. But I think we can even just use glorified to do without the at latest. At latest is just the tag, right? Mm. Okay, so we have our entire Docker file. Now I think we can say Docker. We can say Docker image. Well, how do we get the Docker image? Docker image, and then we say glorified to do, glorified to do. Let's see. How do you check for the image? Um, Docker image. Docker image, we say Docker image ls, Docker images. Okay, we use Docker images. Oh, Docker image inspect glorified to do. Can say Docker images. So we have glorified to do at latest. It's here. Good. So if we go to our Docker here, Docker desktop, we go to images, we shall see that we have, matter of fact, let me stop this. I don't know why these ones are running Keycloak and Postgres. Wait, images may have poor performance or fail if run by emulation. Hmm. You sure? You sure? So I shouldn't run it with the emulation? What do you think? Okay. Let's go to containers. Now let's try to run that. We're going to say Docker build. Well, the emulation, I'm going to have to remove the emulation for now. Latest. I'm going to build it like this without the emulation.
Yeah, two shoes.
I'm on calorific deficit.
Calorie deficit.
Hmm?
Definitely.
Calorific deficit. Yeah,
No,
I'm on it, bro.
not called that. It's not called being
What is it called?
deficit.
Hmm?
Calorie deficit. What is calorie deficit?
Bro, calorific deficit, that's the name. Mm-hmm. Bro, stuff should finish, bro. Hurry up. Docker images. Now we have glorified to do latest. Good. See here within images. Yep, we have glorified to do. Now we're going to say Docker run. Yeah, I think this is fine. We can just use the port as that one. Oh, it's okay to just have Docker run in detach mode. Use the port of 8080, map it to the local 8080, and go ahead and run glorified to do. Glorified to do. At latest, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, now it's running. So if we check, yep, we have the image running. If we go back to containers, so why is it not running? Hmm. Hmm. Okay, now can't we say Docker run? It just gives us the image. So how do we actually run the actual stuff? So this shows that the container is running, but somehow it's not showing within. This AI is doing too much. Okay, this shows container is running while inside Docker container is not running. Why? So we need to check first if Docker is running. Docker appears. Yeah, it's not running. Docker run. Okay, so it's running now. Docker appears. Why does it just run and stop? Docker appears -a. Okay, why does it run and stop? No running containers. Okay, let's see what's going on. Okay, Hibernate. It's some. Oh, I have external Postgres. I'm supposed to Dockerize Postgres as well. Oh, geez. I'm supposed to Dockerize Postgres. What am I doing? So we have this fine. We need to run this, and then we can run it with Docker Compose. I think. So do we need to Dockerize this? To Dockerize PG as well? Oh, and we just run all containers using Docker Compose. I think that is the best way to do it. Yes, Docker Postgres is your Spring Boot app using Docker Compose for reliable local dev, running isolated containers well due to them. But okay, so we're going to have services, Postgres, latest image, health check. I don't really need that. Glorified to do. We're going to have this container name, glorified to do, ports this, and then environment is this, and auto update. It depends on Postgres. Service is healthy unless stopped. So what's going on here? Now, what if I wanna host the entire app in EC2? Well, I have to Dockerize them in one place or separately. Build, okay. All right. So this is how we are going to do it. We have the volumes, health check with retries, and then we can have this. Just copy it, go back here to compose, and we can remove version. PG data, PG is ready. CMD, I don't understand why we have some CMD PG is ready, something like that. First off, let me say Docker compose down V first. Then if I say Docker compose build. How do I build them now? Oh, this is confusing me, bro. Uh, yes, Docker Postgres with the Spring Boot up using Docker Compose for reliable local dev, running isolated containers fails due to DB connection, but Compose handles networking dependencies and processes automatically. So we just have to say Docker Compose up in d/deploy. Okay. Uh, I think it's dash dash build. Okay, dash dash build. Let's see what's gonna happen. Okay, so we are using Compose to build our application, and just gonna say Docker Compose up in detached mode dash dash build. So we are actually containerizing the application now. Let's see what's gonna happen. So we currently have two images, right? I don't know why it's just saying okay, we have that image. Let's see what's going on here. We have image letters. We could use 18, but it's okay, let's use that. Volumes, it's here. Health check, and then we have now glorified to do. Build it within, and then container name glorified to do. Okay, 8080. JDBC to do. Okay, that is fine. So these are the environments, and this depends on the Postgres. Make sure the condition is healthy. Restart unless stopped. All right, let's see. Postgres failed to start. Why? Why did it fail to start? Update with longer timeout delays. PG is ready. Check every 30 seconds. 30, 10, 10, 40. Your config depends on if this is healthy. So what are the retries? We have 30, intervals of 30. Timeout should be 10, retries is 10. And start period should be 40 seconds. Ignore fails first after 40. So let's take 30, 10, 10, 40. 30, 10, 10, 40. 30 seconds, 10, 10 for the retries. I really don't think we need to worry about that. Start interval, start period or start interval? I think it's start period. Okay. Start period, 40 seconds. So we are good to go now. Your config depends on this whether it's healthy or not. Let's build it one more time. Docker compose up dash build. We'll make sure the stuff is clean. Postgres. Why is this not starting? It's created, but this is not starting. I don't know why. Okay, 40 seconds. 40 seconds. Still. What? Boys, why is this failing, bro? I think this health check. I'm really not gonna care about it right now. I'm gonna remove this health check because it's annoying me. This is annoying me, bro. Gonna remove this health check. Okay, and condition. We don't need any condition. Okay, let's Docker. Let's build it one more time. Oh, dependency postgres failed to start. Container container today has no health check configured. Boy, what in the hell is going on? What in the hell is going on? Okay, let me say Docker compose down V, and then Docker compose up dash build. Oh, oh God. Yes. Healthy. Let's go. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, we have glorified to do running. Yes, go. Let's go, my boys. So as you guys can see, we have nothing running here, but we can say call. Let me open Ghosty. We can say some call. You can say some call. So now our application is running. Clear. We can throw some call. Not that one. Oh my God. Okay, this is gonna confuse me. Let's just open this post one. Now we can make requests. Yes. It's been a while. Yo, Amir was good, my brother. Been a while for sure. How you doing, bro? How's life, man? How's life, my G? Yes, sir. So this is cool. Time for bed. Let's now create this. Boom. Get to do, get all to do's, get a to do, not fun. How have you been, bro? Pending. Ah, man, you guys, we had some insane exams, bro. We've been busy as hell, my G. Completed. Marcus completed. Done. Get all to do's. Reg completed. Good. So we've Dockerized our image. We've used Docker Compose to build everything. Okay, but I think this is where we're going to stop today, right? Tomorrow we can go ahead and host the entire application. For now, I'm just gonna say Docker compose down. Okay. Then let's go and just host the front end. Let's go and host the front end on Vercel real quick. Let's go and host the front end on Vercel. Tomorrow we're going to host the database, and that's gonna be it. Can we just even host the database today? I think it's possible, right? How many projects can Vercel allow us to host? How many? Try it out. Okay. How many projects can Vercel allow us to? God, what's going on? We need to add a new project. Let's just host the front end. So good enough, we have the Docker file for like the backend. Remaining the front end, we can even host the database separately. So glorified to do this is a backend. Let's import the front end. Where is it? Deploy to do this is a hobby project. Okay, let's just deploy. We just have to add import.env. We go to developer, web dev, glorified to do. .env, I think it's a command. Wait, is it command dot or command comma, something like that? How do you do that, boy? Let's go here, developer, web dev, then glorified to do. How do you check for the hidden applications? Mark show hidden files. It is command shift. Okay, command shift. Import. Glorified today. We say shift command and then we just add the env. Good. Yeah, not yet. On Wednesday. So let's just deploy this application. Oh, so it's deploying. This is the real CI/CD, boys. It's like real life CI/CD, as you guys can see. Deployment summary. Yup. Okay. I think it's gonna be done. Yep, our application is done. Uh, so our application is up and running for the backend. I mean front end. Why is it taking forever? Congratulations, you just deployed a new project. By the way, what are the features in this glorified to do? Like, why is it glorified? It has some extra features. Yeah, most definitely. It is a glorified to do because here's the thing. You know this application, right? What Jira? Jira. You know the way Jira is. It's like a product management application. So that's like glorified to do application. So that's basically like what we're going to add. We're going to just add on top of like the features of a to do app to make it like insanely good. You understand? That's the reason why it's glorified. But today I just wanted to do the basics first, and then yeah, later we can handle the rest of the stuff. I think that makes sense, right? For some reason I cannot. Okay, I think glorified to do is up and running. If we check here, this is the backend. We'll go back to this application for now. Glorified to do, and now we run it within Docker. We're gonna say Docker compose up in detach mode. We already have the build, so we don't build it again from scratch. Um, no services to build. Okay, so it's healthy. Let's refresh this. We're gonna pull one. Let's see. How is it making this network? Uh, so as you can see, it's showing forbidden. It's forbidden because of this. So we have to go back to our main application, and then I have to allow this endpoint. So we have to go to our endpoint. What's the name? Where's our controller? Origin this, and we add this origin as well. Another origin. So is this the correct way to have this? Say, is this the correct way to handle this? I think, let's see, cross-site origin. No, it's not correct. So we have to say this, and then we just separate it to the comma. Origins, then we separate it to the comma. Or we can just take it externally out. Press this, and we can add this within. Okay, that is good. Have you deployed Dirty Bucket? Not yet, bro. Not yet. I had a lot of issues, bro, with Dirty Bucket. I'm not gonna lie to you. There are a lot of things there are a lot of things I need to handle first. So soon as I finish them, I'll host it. Um, git add everything. Git commit dash m docker compose with with uh with what? I think image container up and pg, which is Postgres. Git commit, git push. All right, we are good to go now. If we go ahead and say Docker Docker compose down dash v, and then we'll go ahead and say Docker compose up in detached mode dash dash build as well. You have changed your bio in LinkedIn like founder and CEO before even completing it. Yeah, that is how you need to be, bro. This is how you need to be. Like, you need to be smart about it when it comes to like LinkedIn and all these other things. So let's now refresh this. We're still getting forbidden, still getting forbidden, we're getting forbidden, we're getting forbidden. I'll get it forbidden, bro. I even put this. So let me just ask AI why we are getting this forbidden. Uh, you think you have to be a founder? I mean, like you have to have a working application. If people can raise millions of dollars without building the app, it's a world we live in, my G. Titles are titles, Brisky. Okay, let's open ChatGPT. Let it explain to us why. Although we added it here in the cross-site thing, let's see why it's still giving us an error. Mm, from string, not a browser only calls like when you current controller, the most constant settings. But you allowed cross trailing slash. Ah, so I need to remove the trailing slash. Okay. Minimal Spring config for API and this. We can have this, and then we can set this. And that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. Let's just remove this trailing comma. Oh, we don't need to add. That's some insane change that we need to commit, bro. Docker compose. Let's rebuild it. Okay. Now let's test. Let's go to our front end. Let's test glorified to do. Bro, why is it still forbidden, bro? What? Docker compose up in detached mode dot build. Well, even the request mapping. I feel like we even have to change the request mapping here because this is slash API slash to dos, right? So our front end, we need to go ahead and change our front end as well.
Yeah, she's doing fine. Yeah, it's somehow though because you know it's here there. But it's been good yeah, for the beginning.
Good.
So what's good? Forward. For, move forward. Yeah.
So dot local and then dot env, we're going to have this. Local, we're going to have this. less flexible. uh, so let's see. This is our front end. Say I'm gonna say my Vassal. Um, this is my prod API. My prod URL. So make it flexible to support both dev and prod. Let's see. Yes, yes, yes. So it's going to change for us the endpoints. Yep. Hmm. Backend base URL used for Next.js. Okay. Bro, what? Wait, me. Oh, development. How is that a hard task for this AI to do? And what the hell is next config? Why did it even do like why did it do 1 million things? Well, let me see. This is a production. Okay, that's production. That's production, and then this is okay. Now how did it use it within this? What is the API? Bro, correct this. Since we have the correct ones. Damn, bro, sometimes AI can piss you off, bro. Oh God. Okay. Paginated tabs already has a flutter. Ugh. Well, the app is up and running. Glorified to do. Okay. I don't know what the hell this AI is doing, but so if also the types, bro. The types has everything that we need. Why the hell is it normalizing shit? Okay, now let me check the one for prod. Let me check the production. I mean, the dev. Okay, good. So it's using prod. Okay, I mean, it's using dev. Now let's go to prod. Could it be this? Could it be this as the problem? Let's first check it within Docker. Glorified backend. It's fine. Okay. Oh, because I didn't push the changes. Okay, I see now. I see. Let me go and change the push the changes, get add everything. Let me just add these changes. Let me ask, is the Little, little, yana kace. Hmm. Oh, okay. Dynamic API based URLs for production and development enabling conditional API proxying. Okay. All right, let's close everything. Then let's wait for it to build. Let's go back to Vercel, refresh the glorify to do. Do you like? Why you gotta ask that question? Sounds stupid to me. Question is weird. I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, women, bro. What? Are there people who like otherwise? Are there people who like otherwise? As if you like otherwise, then you have mental problem. Okay, so let's go back and look at the logs. I think did it? What's the deployment? So we need to go to deployments. Oh God. Why is Vasil very heavy like this? Ah, damn. What's going on, bro? Vasil is not supposed to be this heavy, bro. God damn it. God. Ah. Bro, I need to add this. Well, do I add .env? How can they hide it like this, bro? This is like a go to project settings, environment variables. Um, I need to add this. Okay. Uh, bro, this AI can piss you off. Yo, bro, how are you doing? God, AI can piss you off, bruh. AI can literally piss you off. So don't hard code. Bro, AI can piss you the shit off, bro. Like you can be mad as hell, bro. Like God. Bro, sometimes this stuff can just hallucinate for no reason at all, bro. Let me accept. Now see what's gonna do. Okay, we have the next public. Okay, so for deployment, why did you don't comment it interchangeably? I don't even know that's the spelling of interchangeably. It's okay. Two separate environment variables and code picks one. You can just use the same environment variable. Yeah. Yes, this is dev URL. Now let's see. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Stupid. Damn. You know, commit and push. All right. Now let's go here. Take this. Go to Brazil. Uh, press the value. Key. Okay. Yeah. Wait a minute. We can just import like this. Ah, I didn't know. I didn't know you could do that. Command Shift Command. Yes. Redeploy, bro. Redeploy. Hello, bro. It's been a while and oh, what's up, Mubarak was popping. What's good, man? Brother, did you just copy the env and just use it in Basel because the local one is only using local div? Yeah, sure. That's what I just did now. Thank you, my G. Thank you, broski. Bro, I've been gone for a minute, man. I haven't, bro. It happens, bro. I didn't have like enough motivation and shit. You understand? I didn't have enough motivation, but I'm back. I'm back now. We're back stronger, stronger than ever. All right, so this is deployed. Is done. Okay, so let's now go and try it out. Glorified. Let's see. I send here 4 4. Why is it telling us that it's not far? I don't know. Is it really hitting our database? I mean, let's first check our Docker compose. I mean our Docker actually. So our Spring Boot is still running in Docker. That's good. Uh Okay. So what could be the issue? Let's try to create a task. Water. See what's gonna happen. Yeah. Say water. Great. Undefined. Hmm. So I want to understand, right? Rebuilding the app from Vassell. No, I think it works now. It works. Vassell is hitting like we are in prod, as you can see, we are using this. But for some reason, it is showing us undefined here. I don't know why. I don't know why it's showing us undefined. Let's go back to Vassell. Oh my God. Deployments. So this is the dev, it's the prod. Um, hmm. Let me first copy this. Okay. Let me first ask ChatGPT why we have that issue. Hmm, why are we getting that issue? What's that?
I watched my but I don't want to breakfast.
It's so funny, man. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I think that is it. If we fail this time, boys, we are gonna call it a day, man. We shall try again tomorrow. Means your friend and base your and the final runtime is not SpringBoot issues your next year's violation. Oh, so let's see. This is our okay. Let's go back here. Let's see. Two separate issues in the setup. Okay. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yes. Now I understand it, right? I think this is the issue because our backend is not deployed, so it will not. Yeah, backend URL. Now let's look at our backend URL. Where is our backend URL? Hmm. Okay. Oh, mm. Yeah, boys. I think I'm gonna call it a day, bro. We shall do it tomorrow. I'm tired now. We continue tomorrow. Okay. Close this off. Close this off. Holy shit, bro. If the backend is not hosted, that means you cannot connect to a local network. Since your backend is in the local network and our server is in the internet, the other solution is if you don't want to deploy. Oh yeah, you're right. By the way, brother, I feel like the stuff has to be deployed first, right? Thanks, man. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. I think the entire thing is almost done because we have the Docker image like literally almost the Docker image created. So the rest of the thing is just easy. Tomorrow we shall finish it. Right now I'm tired. I don't know how long we've been streaming for. How long? 5 hours, bro. Backend uses ng to turn on the request to local. That's your Spring Boot backend. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh my god. I'll see my boys tomorrow, man. We'll catch up tomorrow, bro. See you.